I'd like to call the August 22nd, 2023 Board of Commissioners business meeting to order. As usual, we will begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. One of the police officers who is being honored this evening, Sergeant Ray Royds, will lead us in the pledge.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We appreciate your patience this evening as we were having some technical difficulties. They are going to keep working, and hopefully eventually this will be on the stream. But in the meantime, we thought it was time to get started in case that never happens. Okay, moving on, I am going to ask Deanna, will you please do the roll call?
Denise Hall, President.
Here.
Catherine Carter, Vice President.
Here.
Liz McNaney, Commissioner.
Here.
Martha Similaro, Commissioner.
Here.
Ruth Damsker, Commissioner.
Here.
Sandra Zadell, Township Manager.
Here.
Megan Weaver, Assistant Township Manager.
Here.
Lauren Gallagher, Township Solicitor.
Here.
Isaac Kessler, Township Engineer.
Here.
David Duffy, Chief of Police.
Here.
Nathan Crittenden, Finance Director.
Here.
Van Reeker, Zoning Officer.
Here.
Everyone.
Thank you, Deanna. Lauren, were there any executive sessions?
Yes, the board met earlier this evening in executive session to discuss matters of personnel and potential litigation.
Thank you, Lauren. I'm going to turn the meeting over now to Commissioner Carter for the police portion of the agenda.
Good evening. First, we'd like to honor Fred Lynch. Officer Lynch is a longtime resident of the Upper Gwynedd Township, a proud veteran of the United States Air Force. Fred Lynch began his career with Upper Gwynedd Township 25 years ago as a patrol officer. Fred is widely known for his community outreach and has served as a DARE instructor for many years. He is a certified member of the Motorcycle Unit, a Veterans Response Team officer, and the department's National Night Out Coordinator. Fred has successfully applied for several community policing-related grants and has partnered with the state police and many local departments and agencies on community relations programs. In 2019, Officer Lynch was assigned to the Detective Division as the department's first full-time crime prevention officer. We congratulate Officer Lynch on 25 years of service to the township and look forward to many more. Before we finish, we also have from Tracy Pennebeck, Pennsylvania State Senator of the 24th District, sent a certificate of recognition. The State Senate of Pennsylvania presents this certificate to Frederick M. Lynch for dedicated service to the Upper Gwynedd Township Police Department. The Senate of Pennsylvania is always proud to recognize its citizens who, through persistence and hard work, bring a great credit to themselves, their communities, and the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Individuals such as yourself, whose commitment, service, and sacrifices towards protecting and bettering our communities are unparalleled and provide continued hope for a strong, safe, and prosperous future for the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Upper Gwynedd Township and its residents are grateful for your 25 years of service and dedication. May this certificate serve as a lasting reminder of this occasion and as an expression of my best regards for the future. Tracy Pennebeck, Pennsylvania State Senate. Congratulations.
Thank you all for the recognition. I hope to get back to work soon. If you're not aware, I was assaulted in November and get back to work soon. So again, thank you all for coming tonight. I appreciate all this.
Am I up?
Next, we have the commendation by the Police Department.
Thank you very much. So we're here tonight to provide official commendation to Scott Frame and Jediah Grobstein from the Montgomery County District Attorney's Office. In our police department, we have 5 formal levels of recognition. The first is official commendation, which is a written formal commendation, which is given to officers for good conduct, good service, either individual acts or a series of actions. And then we have, after that, the next 4 are medals: Meritorious Service Medal, Community Service Medal, Medal of Valor, and Officer of the Year. And the Officer of the Year is selected by the officers themselves. When we give official commendations to our own officers, we'll also give them sometimes to officers from other departments or to civilians, citizens who helped us out, residents. But we've never given a medal out to anyone other than an Upper Gwynedd police officer. But we're breaking that tradition tonight and recognizing these Assistant District Attorneys, ADAs, with the Meritorious Service Medal. So I'd like to call up Scott Frame and Sergeant Royds, if you could please join us up front. Thank you. It's a little lengthy, but bear with me. It's totally worth it. Meritorious Service Medal, whereas on August 23rd, 2020, at 12:33 hours, Sergeant Raymond Royds, Jr. and Officer Minju Kim responded to the area of East Prospect Avenue in Upper Gwynedd Township for a report of a suspicious person. Sergeant Royds located the subject behind a home in the 1400 block of Cathy's Lane. The subject fled with Sergeant Royds chasing him on foot. After briefly losing sight of him, Sergeant Royds confronted the subject in a rear yard. The subject turned quickly towards Sergeant Royds and fired a shotgun in Sergeant Royds' direction while saying, "I'm going to kill you," before he continued to flee on foot. Luckily and amazingly, Sergeant Royds was not shot. The suspect was apprehended a short time later by Officer Minju Kim and Montgomery Township Police Officer Timothy Wook. Whereas the suspect was charged with multiple felonies, including attempted murder of a police officer. The case was assigned to Montgomery County Assistant District Attorneys, ADA Scott Frame, and the investigation continued under his supervision even after the arrest was made for 3 years. This was during the uncertain times and restrictions of the COVID pandemic. ADA Frame always remained available and committed to the case. He worked closely with the lead investigator, Detective Jonathan Kelsey, interviewed several witnesses, and prepared the evidence to be presented for trial. A two-day jury trial was held in February of 2023, led by ADA Frame, along with fellow ADA Jediah Grobstein. Both prosecutors displayed their professionalism in presenting the case in a clear and detailed manner. ADA Frame did an excellent job delivering heartfelt and emotional closing arguments. The result was the defendant being convicted of every felony that was charged. Whereas at a hearing in June of 2023, the Honorable Judge Wendy G. Rothstein sentenced the defendant to 37 to 74 years of incarceration and ordered that he pay over $30,000 in restitution. The judge also made it a point to recognize and commend Sergeant Royds for his bravery. Therefore, Assistant District Attorneys Scott Frame and Jediah Grobstein are awarded the Meritorious Service Medal for their professionalism and dedication to this important investigation and the care that they showed to the officers involved and the community as a whole, representing the case with vigor and determination. Awarded this 22nd day of August 2023.
I'm a man of few words. No. I just want to say thank you to the entire police department. Thank you to Ray for everything that you've done throughout your entire long history as a police officer. Thank you so much. You were one of the best, and we really appreciate everything that you've done. I've worked a lot of cases with you before this, and I know if Jediah was here, he would echo those sentiments.
So now we'll be honoring Ray T. Royds, Jr. He grew up in Northeast Philadelphia, being raised by his mother and father. Ray's father served as a detective sergeant with the Philadelphia Police Department. Both Ray's brothers are in the criminal justice field, and he does have a sister, and I believe she's a tourism guide, or she does travel agent. He's happily married to his wife, Christine, and 3 children, Ray, Ryan, and Kate. Ray earned a bachelor's degree in business management from Penn State in 1995. He worked in the finance industry until he was hired as a patrol officer in Upper Gwynedd on July 8th, 2021. I was fortunate to be an invited guest at his police academy graduation from the Allentown Police Academy. Ray was assigned to the detective division in 2004 and has worked on numerous complex serious cases that have resulted in many arrests and successful prosecutions. The list of these cases would keep me here all night, but here are a few that stand out. He had a homicide and home invasion, Merck stolen cyanide case, Merck stolen 50 laptop case, multiple jurisdiction investigation that led to over 170 vehicle thefts, or thefts from vehicles. He busted a credit card cloning ring, and he dealt with a knife-wielding man on Broad Street. And the incident that we just spoke about on August the 23rd, 2020. Ray is a member of the Montgomery County Drug Task Force, and he was part of the FBI Violent Fugitive Task Force. Ray was also tasked as our JNet TAC officer here at the station. Ray was promoted in July of 2019 to sergeant, and he returned to the street. He was able to return back inside for a brief stint as detective before retiring. Ray has attended numerous training courses, including but not limited to the Law Enforcement Executive Development Association, Monco Chiefs Fundamentals of Supervision, Penn State's Police Supervisory Training, and several advanced crime scene and investigative classes. Ray has received numerous commendations. He's earned 2 Medals of Valor, 3 Meritorious Service Medals, and has won the 2019 and 2020 Officer of the Year. And like the chief said, that's voted on by the officers here in this department. He's also received citations from both the House and the Senate. Sergeant Rhodes was committed and dedicated to the victims, community, and department. He was a consummate team player with his invaluable skills and experience. He set the bar high for other officers to strive for. It is with great sadness that I and the other officers from this department will not have the opportunity to work side by side with Ray as he has entered retirement. I, along with the other officers, wish Ray all the best in his future endeavors. He left some big shoes to fill. Godspeed, my friend.
Right, we also have another citation from the Senate, from Senator Pennycuick, recognizing your 22 years of service and dedication from the Senate. So you got another one, as you racked them all up over these years.
Right.
I think we're turning it back over to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. That was very moving. If any of our police staff would like to exit, that's fine. We're okay with that. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you for the whole team coming. We appreciate that. There are some seats up front if anybody would like to come and sit. Anybody who's standing, if you would like to come and sit, I see like 5 seats. There's one right up front, and then there's one right there in the middle. I see a seat in the middle. Is the seat taken right up at the front? There's one right up front if someone wants to sit. I don't know if you want to sit right up front. Okay. All right. Thank you, sorry. Okay, so next we have the public comments. We're doing the public comments a little differently this time. If you have a public comment that is not related to the zoning hearings that are happening later in the meeting, please make your public comment during this section of the meeting. I will read off all the names of the people who've signed up for the general public comments, and then when I'm done, if anybody missed that, I will ask, and then they can also make a public comment. If you do have a comment related to the public hearings, that will happen a little later in the meeting. Okay, so when you come to the podium, please state your name and if you are a resident or non-resident. Thank you for respecting the 5-minute rule and practicing decorum. Our goal is always to give you the most complete and correct answers to your questions from our staff who are experts in each of their areas. For that reason, you have the option of enclosing your email address in the registry if you would like us to reach out to you during the week with a full answer to your questions. We had some residents who were concerned that if we answered any question offline, so to speak, then the residents who wanted to hear the answer publicly would be left out. So we will continue to share any answers to questions that were posed publicly but were answered privately at the following public meeting. First up this evening for public comment is Carl Smith.
Carl Smith, 815 McIntosh Way. Is this working?
It doesn't sound like it is.
Oh, is it working? Testing.
we go.
Okay. Yeah, so I do have some comments. I'd like to share my experience I've had over the last 2 years with this Board of Commissioners and give you my observations. It's been a limited exchange, albeit because it's been mostly me doing the talking and waiting for answers and not getting many. But I have learned a lot during this process. One of the things, or several things have become clear to me. That the first thing is that in spite of your proclamations of transparency, you will operate in the shadows when it comes to really critical, important issues that affect the townships of this, citizens of this township. Another thing that's become clear, and I know you've said it's going to be discussed, and we all know that, is this zoning issue. We've been asking for clarity on this, but it's been clear that your minds have been made up. This fix is so-called in. That was made clear in a letter from Joe Clement sitting right here, documenting your predisposition and your deception, I think, on the issue. Another thing that's been very clear to me as I've watched you work is that you're willing to eliminate the citizens of this township's personal property rights. We've watched this unfold with the Martin family on the corner of Allentown and Broad Street. These folks have been put through the ringer. We don't know where it stands, but we do know this. The property has been under, I guess, eminent domain. And of course, if we were to ask what's going on, we'd be told it's too premature. But we'll find out, I know. It'll be the 11th hour when it's too late for anyone to have any remedy. It's also clear that this board is willing to sacrifice the best interests of the existing Upper Gwynedd residents here through woke governance. How else can you explain this, what I just talked about, property confiscation? How else do you explain pushing through subsidized housing against the will of a lot of the residents here? We don't want it, we don't need it. But that's the least of our problems, really, because that's today's problems. Tomorrow's problems are going to be much worse. For us to see our future, all we have to do is look at other communities that are governed with your same mindset. Look at Philadelphia, Pottstown, Norristown, Cheltenham, Abington. They all have the same problems that we don't want. High taxes, high crime, failed city services, fiscal irresponsibility. That's just the start. Along the way, we'll start losing our civil liberties. We'll be told, you don't need plastic bags. You don't need plastic straws. You don't need cows. You don't need the gas-powered cars. You don't need the gas-powered grills in or out of your house. Basically, we're going to be told to live the way you want us to live, not necessarily the way we want to live. It's pretty clear that this board, you're all from one party, true, but you all march in ideological lockstep with the extreme left in this country. And you want to impose your morality that comes from a religion of humanism on those of us that still believe in God. And it's pretty clear to me that this board lacks real diversity and real balance. And the timing couldn't be better because this is the year where 3 seats are going to be contested. And a lot of us in this meeting and across the township are going to do our very best to remedy that problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Carl. Next up, we have Samuel C. Wampole. Next up, we have Samuel C. Wampole.
Samuel Walpole, Allentown Road, resident of the township. At the June Commissioners' meeting, a person made a presentation concerning the LGBTQ perspective. History shows that that perspective was an ingredient in the demise and destruction of numerous civilizations and nations. The biblical perspective presents all mankind, that's every one of us in this room, including myself, as being sinful. That is from God's perspective. Homosexuality is just one of many human practices that God hates and will someday judge. The Bible says, righteousness exalts a nation, but sin is a reproach to any people. Therefore, shun evil.
Thank you, Samuel. Next up, we have Lisa Nancarvis. Nancarvis.
Hello, good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. I am a resident of Montgomery County, previously a resident of Colmar, so just up the way. I am an Army veteran of nearly 12 years of Pennsylvania, and I just want to say that I had one issue that really hits home for me is veteran homelessness. And I reached out to my local representative's office inquiring about the number of homeless veterans. I was recently emailed that as far as we know, there are no homeless veterans in Montgomery County, which is absolutely fantastic news. But there are those of us that go undocumented. Those of us that choose to be homeless because of the challenges that we face in the civilian world whenever we are processed out of the military. I have taken it upon myself to inquire and gather the numbers because I want to bring this information with accuracy to all 253 members of our House and Senate. As a former advocate for victims of domestic violence and child abuse, I had spoken with many of our legislators already on those issues. And I'm not afraid to go and speak with them again, speaking on the issue of homeless veterans. So I just wanted to say thank you for giving me the opportunity to be here. This is a learning experience as well as I'm observing everything that is going on. I was majoring in criminal justice right over here at Montgomery County Community College. It's still very much a passion of mine. It's just always been a passion of mine to help people. And I'm also an American Legion writer out of Souderton. I'm the historian for the writers. So, helping my siblings in arms is very much a passion of mine as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Next up, we have Glenn Hatfield.
Glenn Hatfield, I'm a resident of the township. This is really a process question. I've been coming here for probably 18 months to 2 years, whatever it's been, coming in, talking about the zoning and things that are coming up. I see a ton of new faces. I know a call to action went out, and we're seeing the result of that. I assume you guys asked for that. But my real concern is that the residents of Upper Gwynedd actually had their say on the zoning, not a lot of outsiders. So what I'd like to know is, are you committed to making sure that Upper Gwynedd residents are given priority on that list? Okay. We don't want a lot of outsiders speaking, and then we don't get a chance to actually speak. Is that something we can do? And of course, everybody gets a right to speak. So
Right.
at the end of the meeting, if they want to speak, I think that's absolutely wonderful. And we can get a full perspective of the overall community. But right now, we're really talking about the zoning in Upper Gwynedd Township.
Right. So our policy has been to let everyone speak when they come to our meetings typically. We do ask specifically on the roster if they are from the township or not from the township. But we have, in the whole time that I've been on this board, we have always allowed everyone to speak. I don't anticipate there not being time for everyone to speak this evening as well.
Okay.
So that's what I would give you as advice. Thanks, Glenn. Next up, we have Martin Benedito.
My name is Martin Benedetto.
Sorry, Benedetto.
I live in the township, and I'd like to speak to you about the trash that's behind Jackson Street in this area that you guys want to spot zone. It's filthy back there. It's just, and there's homeless people there, and they're not homeless because they can't work. They just, there's something wrong with them. I've spoken to a couple of them, and they just, I've offered them, I've given them money that, I've given them trash bags to put the trash in and put some money on a bag. They fill up one bag, I bring more bags, they throw more trash. And it's, all of us that live along that railroad are just concerned about this because there's rodents back there. There's feces back there. There's one person that he's got a porta potty, he poops in it, then he throws it. And I just happened to be taking a limb over there a couple weeks ago that fell from the railroad onto my yard. And the smell was just, I thought a skunk was there. And I was a little afraid because I thought it was going to pee on me. So I started looking around. You can't imagine the trash that's back there. Now, I've been living in this township for 30 years, and I'm a registered Democrat. And years ago, when this used to happen, the police department would come in, they'd round them up and get them out of there. And then they'd come in and clean it up. Why aren't you guys doing that? Is there a reason?
So I can let you know that our fire marshal, Connor, he is working on that. He does.
Working on
he
it.
does. And our police department as well. He's taking the lead on it because he's the fire marshal. We didn't have a full-time fire marshal before, now we do, so that's kind of his jurisdiction. He has been, that is an ongoing process. The problem is he finds a place for them, he finds services for them, and then they come back. And it's been happening repeatedly because there really is no permanent place for them to go. So we definitely are aware of it. We're definitely working on it. We can ask Connor about the trash situation, if he's noticed that there is an excessive amount of trash there, and if he has any suggestions or how we can figure that component of it up. But I will let you know right now that we are working on the people who are there, and we are trying our best to come up with a solution for them.
Okay, I took some of the neighbors, some of the senior citizen women that are petrified because years ago, they would could use their water fountains, come down and take water back there and then throw the jugs all over the place. And I mean, when I first moved in there, which was 30 years ago, me and my wife were sitting out in the backyard and a guy came running down the tracks nude. And it looked like an A-bomb went off.
Right. Did you call the police when that happened?
Yeah, I called them. I said, we already know. They came, and then it calmed down. Then I had a swimming pool, a liner pool, and then the kids used to throw the spikes that they put the rail in the railroad. They would throw them in, and it ruined my pool. I had to get a new one.
I'm sorry.
But my concern here is that I went to the police station and I took the senior citizen ladies with 4 other neighbors.
Recently?
Yeah, like they said, well, you got to file a case number. I filed a case number.
Okay.
And I just went a couple doors and had my neighbors. So I got 20 signatures in 10 minutes, about this.
Okay.
And they told me they can't do nothing. I spoke. The officer was really a nice guy, and
Okay.
he explained to me that the police can't go in there and tell them, you got to get out of here because it's not posted. Well, years ago, they never need to have anything posted to get them out of there. I mean, I can't let my grass grow more than 8 inches. I get a citation.
Right.
Okay. If I were to take my trash and put it out on my sidewalk and leave it out there with garbage, how fast would you guys be on me? Right. Well, look, I've got pictures. I got
Right.
40 pictures on my phone
Right.
that I was going to take it to the paper, but I thought, I'm not going to do that unless I speak to everybody in the commission here. Okay.
Right.
Now, I probably voted for Holly. I'm a Democrat. I want to know.
It doesn't matter if you voted for us or not.
I
We're
know. Okay,
everybody's
but
Commissioner.
there's going to be
So-
a problem this
Yeah,
fall.
absolutely. So, would you like to give that to the police again, or you're saying that you can't? The police wouldn't accept it?
No,
Is that
he
what you're saying?
accepted it. In fact, the Officer Whistler called me on Sunday. He
Okay.
went and he said, "You're right. There's a lot of trash. A lot of it has been left from years ago.
Right.
But there's a lot there that I got pictures. I'll show it to you before this meeting's over.
We believe you. It's not that we don't believe you.
Well,
We believe you.
We have our own records at the township. Sorry, I'm going to interrupt because
Please,
our
go
fire
ahead, Sandra.
department, our police department, our code and zoning departments have all been working on this, and we will continue to work on it.
You have pictures of the mice that's running
I
around
have
back there?
I have a lot of pictures of that property that our employees document when
Well, who's responsible for that? Is it, they keep telling me that they can't go in there.
it's private property, sir.
Wait a minute. I got private property. If I leave trash out on my lawn, you're going to come and tell me I got to get it up?
Yeah, but we can
And I'm a
argue the
taxpayer. They don't pay
details.
taxes back there.
They do pay taxes, yeah.
Well, they do?
Yes.
The homeless people that are back
No,
there?
not the homeless people, the
They're
property
the ones
owners.
that are doing this.
Right.
I mean, they're the ones that are creating this. It's infested back there. You can't on a warm day you go back there and it smells. It smells.
Right.
And plus, you guys got to do something about it.
Absolutely,
I want
absolutely.
to just know, is Upper Gwinnett going to become a sanctuary city? Because they're giving out tents in Montgomery County, okay?
We're not giving out any tents.
Okay, well, these people, they're not homeless because they can't get a job. I've spoken to them, can you work? One guy says, yeah, I can work. I said, well, I know some people in the construction business. I might be able to get you a job.
Martin,
Oh, I don't do that kind of work. This is the guy said to me.
right.
He said, no, I make $28 an hour. You make $28 an hour and you're living in a tent next to a swamp?
Okay.
I said, okay, I'll see what I can do.
Can you, on this form, can you leave us your email and your cell number,
Sure.
please? And we'll reach out to you this week.
And I'll leave you this.
And yes, let's trade, okay? Thank you. If you could just pass that. Thank you. Thank you, Martin. If you would just sign that right before you leave. Thank you so much. Did anyone else want to make a public comment not related to the zoning hearing that are ready to start? Just a general comment? Okay. Then I am going to close the public comments. And I am going to turn the meeting over to our solicitor, Lauren Gallagher.
Thank you, President Hall. This evening, there are 2 public hearings scheduled, one for ordinance 2023-02 and another for ordinance 2023-03. Both of these ordinances are the subject of an application submitted by the Walters Group, so they will be conducted concurrently. We'll go ahead and mark all of the exhibits now. Ordinance 23-02 is a zoning text amendment, which would create TOD 2, Transit-Oriented District 2, to create a new transit-oriented overlay district within 1/2 mile of the Pembroke train station. For this hearing, the exhibits would be T1 is a copy of ordinance 2023-02. T2 is the proof of publication of legal advertisement. The advertisement for tonight's hearing ran on August 8th and August 15th, 2023. T3 is the Upper Gwynedd Township Planning Commission review letter, and T4 is the Montgomery County Planning Commission review letter. Ordinance 2023-03 is an ordinance amending the zoning map of Upper Gwynedd Township to provide TOD2 transit-oriented overlay district over attractive land comprised of 2 parcels located at 1500 Pembroke Parkway. The exhibits for this hearing would be T1, Ordinance 2023-03, along with the map. T2 would be the proof of publication of the legal advertisement. The advertisement for this evening's hearing ran on August 8th and August 15th, 2023. T3 would be a copy of the Upper Gwynedd Township Planning Commission review letter. T4 is the Montgomery County Planning Commission review letter. T5 is a copy of the verification of the posting of the notice for tonight's hearing. And T6 is a copy of the proof of notification of the hearing for the 500-foot radius surrounding the tract. The applicant is the Walters Group, as I mentioned earlier. They are represented tonight by Joe Clement. And with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Clement for the presentation.
Thank you very much. To my left is Kim Crowder. She is the applicant's representative. She heads up the Pennsylvania efforts of the applicant. Further to my left and in the first row is Joe Del Duca. Mr. Del Duca is the primary principal of the applicant. As you indicated, we're here this evening seeking your adoption and approval of a zoning ordinance amendment that would allow for transit-oriented development in the limited industrial district in a very limited way. We would like to go through some of the highlights of that ordinance, present also our project at a very high level, go through the funding mechanism for the project, and then I would like to turn it over to Kim to go through some of the nuts and bolts of the project and a concept plan that we have this evening. I do want to caveat that with this is at a very preliminary stage. If this board is so inclined to adopt the ordinance that we have proposed this evening, that would be the first step in a very long process of land development. As part of our ordinance that is proposed, this process would also contain a conditional use aspect, meaning that we would have to come back before this board for another hearing as part of our land development process. Other things that are limitations within the ordinance are to have just a very limited area within 1/2 mile of the Pembroke train station applicable to what we are talking about, as well as having a limitation on the size of the parcel or tract being between 4 and 8 acres. Our particular project is around 5.64 acres. We also have a limitation of density within the project or within the ordinance at 11 units per acre, which is very similar to what is in your Station Square development and your TOD1 district as well. So our project is approximately 60 units. It's a mix of 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units. There are, as it's composed right now, 5 residential buildings and 1 clubhouse building. The tract is located at 1500 Pembroke Parkway. It's really 2 parcels, but that's the one that has the address that is actually fronting on Pembroke Parkway. For a funding mechanism, I think it's important for us to go through a little bit of the history of what this is as opposed to a subsidized housing project. People kind of throw around some terms and we hear some terms and I think we sometimes forget where they come from. Section 8 housing is something that has come up quite often, and that's not what this project is. Section 8 is actually in reference to the Housing Act of 1937, Section 8. At that time, our country was in the middle of the Great Depression, and there was a need for the government to come in and provide some support for low-income families, and the government authorized itself to pay for some of that housing for those low-income individuals and households. You fast forward a number of years, and Section 8 in the early 80s became synonymous with a poverty-stricken, very urban, very dense style of housing that was frankly mismanaged by property managers. That's, again, not what we are proposing. What we are proposing is something under what we call LIHTC, L-I-H-T-C, Low Income Housing Tax Credits. That's actually a program that was put together by the Reagan administration and part of the Tax Reform Act of 1986. That program now is about a $9 billion annual budget where tax credit money is distributed to the states, tax credits are distributed to states. For all intents and purposes, it's based on population and a pro rata share. Those states then have financing agencies. In our case, it's Pennsylvania Housing, PHFA, Pennsylvania Finance and Housing Agency. That agency then administers the program. Private developers are able to apply for credits. If those developers are selected, then a housing project or complex can go through, provided that there is zoning in place to accommodate that. And again, we're here this evening seeking that ability to put this development in, and it's really, Kim will get into it further here, but it's really a program that is intended to serve folks in the middle, I'll call it, for all intents and purposes. But in a nutshell, that is our proposal. We are here this evening again with respect to the zoning itself, and we'd be happy to answer any questions the board has that are technical to the zoning. That would be in my realm. Anything that is about the project would be in Kim's. But Kim, I think it's appropriate now to go through the project a little.
Okay. Mr. Clement, before Kim gets started, just a matter of housekeeping, we obviously see your presentation up on the screens. We'll mark that as applicant's exhibit 1. Do you have any other exhibits this evening?
No, we do not. Thank you, Mr. Gallagher.
Thanks. So first, I just wanted to briefly talk about the Walters Group. We've been in business for 40 years, and over those 40 years have become one of the premier developers of affordable, you can switch to the next one, multifamily housing in the Delaware Valley. And I think one of the things that makes our organization so strong is that we have control over every aspect of the development from the very beginning through the life of the project, regardless of how long it is. So we take care of the development, we do the construction, and we also take care of all of the property management. And so it allows us to become partners with the municipalities where we operate because we're here for the whole time. We don't sell it, we don't give it to someone else to manage. We manage every aspect of it from the beginning all the way through the life of the project. Okay. The community location that we're talking about, I know that Joe mentioned it, is 1500 Pembroke Parkway, which is right off of the train station. If you look at the photograph on the left, you can see the close proximity to the train station and the bus stop. And the photograph on the right shows in a red outline the entire parcel. You can see that there are two pieces that we put together. I was going to say parceled together, but I didn't want to. Two parcels that we put together to come up to 5.74 acres total for the entire lot area. Okay. As I mentioned, we're very close to the bus stops, which is one of the reasons why we feel that this is such a great location for a community like this. And we are 0.4 miles away from the SEPTA bus route 94, which runs from Chestnut Hill East to Montgomery Mall. And once you get to Montgomery Mall, you can get anywhere on a SEPTA bus. We're also only 0.5 miles from Pembroke Station, where residents can pick up the Lansdale-Doylestown line, again, which can get you anywhere. That can take you all the way up to Doylestown and down into the city. So the line runs everywhere. Okay, Joe touched on this. I'm going to break it down quickly and in a very elementary way. Basically, what happens with subsidized housing is that it goes with the definition of the word subsidy, meaning that someone's going to pay a portion of your rent. So the person who's managing the building has a big mortgage, just like you have on your homes, and they need to pay that mortgage, and they pay that mortgage through market rate rents, just like the market rate rents in the community across the street. And the residents that move in pay 30% of their income, and then the government pays the difference between what the resident pays and what the market rate rent is. So a resident that moves into a subsidized community will only ever pay 30% of what they make, regardless of whether they make $10 or $20,000. They pay 30% of what they make. And every month, a voucher is submitted to HUD, and HUD pays that voucher to subsidize the rent. That is subsidized housing. That is not what this is. As Joe mentioned, we are using low-income housing tax credits. the tax credits come along, the way that we are able to offer rents at such an affordable rate is that we don't carry the big mortgage that the HUD Section 8 communities carry. So they carry a big mortgage, they need to carry big rents in order to cover the big mortgage. Again, just like us, when we have our house, we have a mortgage, we need to make enough money to be able to support the mortgage. It's the same thing with a Section 8 community. They need to make enough money to be able to support the mortgage. This is not Section 8. In our case, we get our grants, we get our tax credits up front. And the tax credits are then sold to large banks, as Joe mentioned, like TD Bank, Wells Fargo, Royal Bank of Canada, big banks that require tax credits. And so once we sell the tax credits, those banks give us a huge infusion of cash. So just as an example, this community is going to cost about $20 million to build. And so predominantly most of the money that we get for this community is going to come through the tax credit program. And that investment will come through the bank. Once we get that, we're able to take a very small mortgage out. So a $20 million project, maybe our mortgage, just an example, is maybe $2 or $3 million, a lot different than carrying a $20 million mortgage. So they become naturally affordable. We don't require subsidy because we're not carrying a big debt service behind us. Hopefully that makes sense. I tried to break it down in a more elementary level that makes a little bit more sense than just saying the word subsidized. So the funds come in through a bank, an investor. We don't carry a big mortgage, so we don't need to charge big rents because we're not carrying the big mortgage. Okay. Community characteristics. This chart shows how many one-bedrooms we have, 2 bedrooms, 3 bedrooms. We have 27 one-bedroom apartments, 22 bedroom apartments, and 13 3-bedroom apartments. I have some range of incomes. I do have a note at the bottom that these change based on the figures that come out through the Pennsylvania Housing Finance Agency and is based on the median income of Montgomery County, which fluctuates year to year. And so these are subject to change. But for today, we have only 4 apartments at the 20% category. And so those folks in those apartments would make between $17,000 and $22,000 roughly dollars a year. But again, there are only 4 apartments in that category. All of the other apartments, the other 56 apartments, are all between $44,000 a year, $44,650 a year, and $66,960 a year. So as Joe stated during his opening remarks, it's the middle of the road. And so we have given, in front of the commissioners, we've given you plenty of examples of different jobs within the community that fall into this category, especially workers that work for the Upper Gwynedd Township itself. The rents, again, for those 4 apartments are low, $343 for a 1-bedroom and $407 for a 2-bedroom. But the rents for the middle of the road folks, $971 up to $1,621. Again, there's no subsidy. This is the only income that we receive is exclusively from these rents. Okay. This is a conceptual site plan, and one of the other things that I wanted to make sure I was clear about, instead of, I think when people think of apartment buildings, sometimes they think of a big 60,000 square foot building that's going to have 60 apartments in it, and that's not what this is. This community is going to look like and blend in with the aesthetic of the neighborhood. The neighborhood behind us has some townhomes, some single-family homes, and this layout, this conceptual site plan, shows 5 different buildings. There are 5 buildings that have apartments in them, 1, 2, and 3-bedroom apartments, but they're going to look like townhouses, a very similar aesthetic to what you have across the street. The other thing is that we have a clubhouse that will be included here, in addition to outdoor space for the neighbors. And one of the last pieces I wanted to make sure I was clear on is that when we build, we take energy efficiency and are conscious of all of the materials that we use when we're building. And so we constantly strive to get one of the higher LEED categories to ensure that we are doing everything we can to be as safe with the environment as we can. Okay. So this is the proposed design. The photograph on the left is an actual photograph of one of our communities so that you can see, I know it looks like it's a drawing, but it's not, it's an actual photograph. So you can see what a finished product looks like with a roof that has all the different dimensions to it. Every one of our apartments has its own front door, which we believe gives the residents that live there a sense of pride coming into your own apartment. You don't have to walk down a long hallway. For the fire marshal, there's no elevator, there's no big, long hallways that we would have to worry about being sprinkled or anything like that. They're individual units. On the picture on the right is an actual rendering of what we would like to see here, the initial rendering. And by using the townhouse configuration instead of the larger residential building, we think, again, that will blend into the aesthetic of the neighborhood. And so amenities, I mentioned the clubhouse. And so like market rate communities, which is what we strive to look exactly like, we don't want to look any different than the market rate communities. This is an example of one of our clubhouses, and the photos that I'm going to show you after this are photographs from our communities. So this is some of the, this is a clubhouse in one of our communities, and it shows a community area where residents can have parties and play games and things like that. And also a fitness center and computer area, all of those types of spaces. And these are some of the features that we have within our units. And so we try to use sustainable features when we're able to, so like hardwood floors and granite countertops and ceramic tile in the bathroom, long-term sustainable products that help us keep our buildings looking good for a long time. And one of the and then one of the other pieces that I just wanted to make sure I was clear on, we've spoken about in the past, but I just wanted to reiterate tonight, is that because of the type of community that this is, the number of people that are watching how the community is managed is a lot, and the penalties for not managing it properly are heavy. And so we have the Pennsylvania Housing Finance Agency and a bank that's given us tens of millions of dollars, and all of them are looking very closely at what we do to ensure that we are running the community in the best way possible. On top of that, we're required by the agency to have a reserve set up for the community. And so there's a 15-year schedule of the life of all of the items within the building. And over those 15 years, we're required every month to put money into a reserve account. And we are required to go through the prescribed list and replace, repair, all of those things every single year in connection with the prescribed list from the agency. And so over the length of the project, it makes sense that the project would be managed well because we have so many people taking a look at it. Did you want me to say something else? Okay, and that was all I wanted to say about the project. Thank you.
Okay, we are going to move on to the public comments, correct? Okay. So we're going to move on to the second public comment section of the evening. These comments are related to the zoning hearing, and we are asking you not to exceed 5 minutes in length. And our township manager, Sandra, is going to make a list of all the questions that are asked, if there are any questions other than comments. We're going to try to keep the flow going, so as Mr. Hatfield suggested, so that everyone will have time to speak, because there are a lot of people here who would like to speak. So in order to do that, we will listen and then go on to the next person. And I'm going to ask the entire audience to practice decorum and allow each public comment to exclusively have the floor for the entire duration of their public comment, no matter how enthusiastic you might be about what they are saying. If you did not sign up on the list, I will ask when we get to the end of the list if there's anyone additional who would like to make a public comment. So don't feel like you won't have an opportunity if you didn't get here in time to sign up to the registry. And then after that, we will turn it over to, well, before we do that, we have an emailed comment that our manager is going to read. We will see if we have any virtual comments that would like to be made, and then we will give the Walters Group the opportunity to answer any of those questions that have been posed. Okay, so moving on to the first public comment of the evening. It is Linda Smith.
Hi, good evening. Before I really start into my comment, I'd like to just talk about some of the things that were said tonight. This is subsidized because it does come as tax credits. The Station Square across the street is at market rate. Those are apartments people pay and qualify for. So, and that was built because there was a Philco Superfund site there that needed to be cleaned up. This has nothing to do with this subsidized project. I feel like we're just playing word games here. When we met with you in April, I asked a couple of questions. I said, do the people that are qualifying for this project, do they need to have jobs and do they need to actual income from a place of employment? You said no, it could be any type of income. So it could be checks from the government, okay? And if you have a 3-bedroom apartment and you need $64,000 to qualify, you could easily get 3 people on government assistance in that apartment. The other thing I asked, do they have to be U.S. citizens? You were going to get back to me on that, and I know there was a long pause after I stated that. So, and for people that don't understand, TOD means transit-oriented design. That means that these projects are built within a half a mile of a train track. If you notice the train track up there, the bus stop, we are being encouraged to stop driving our cars and to take public transportation. That's what TOD means. If you go into TOD.org, you can do some more research on that. But make no mistake, I speak tonight in complete opposition to this text amendment and to our township zoning code. This very code has been created a great township that has allowed so many hardworking people of all races, backgrounds, persuasions to prosper and to raise their families in a quality suburban environment. After being stonewalled for months by this board, it is evident to many residents that the intention to adopt this amendment was a done deal from the beginning. Just a few months ago, this board was telling us it was too early in the process, that the individual members of the Board of Commissioners knew nothing or little about this proposal, and to no surprise to any of us who have exercised decorum and spoke passionately about our opposition, it is now proven that the public statements made by this board have been deceptive lies. This has been a done deal from the beginning, despite the board's claim of transparency. We understand that the land development phase of this project is yet to come. However, this amendment opens the door and creates an ugly pathway to the future. Now that this board appears to be only moments away from adopting the most controversial and potentially the most transformative zoning code amendment in the Upper Gwynedd Township history, it is puzzling and suspicious as to why the township will not acknowledge that there is a contradiction that has been written into this draft amendment that we have been given. We have been told that it's been publicly stated that the township zoning officer, Mr. Van Rieker, that this text amendment is written only applies to the property located at 1500 Pembroke Parkway. Therefore, as this text amendment is written, it would not apply to the vacant properties that is within the half mile of the North Wales train station. Section 2A1 clearly limits the application of this amendment to the LI zone that is within a half a mile of the Pembroke Rail Transit Station. Yet, Section 2C1 clearly recites something very different. Section 2C1 states a portion of a TOD2 track must lie within a half a mile of an existing commuter rail station and or support parking lot for such station. This section of the amendment clearly brings into play the North Wales Rail Transit Station and therefore all of the underdeveloped acreage currently owned by Merck and perhaps by others that is situated between Sumneytown Pike, Beaver Street, and Wissahickon Avenue. Our township zoning code should never assume that who may own that particular property. Our zoning code cannot assume that the possibility that through subdivision that large acreage would not or could not be subsidized subdivided to conform to the area size conditions listed in this amendment. We've been told by our township zoning officer, Mr. Van Rieker, that it is not the case and that Section C has to be read in context of the balance of the amendment. To the contrary, ordinances should and must be written in a manner where there is no ambiguity that renders the amendment subject to interpretation that can be exploited. Such exploitation in this case can be completely transformative and disastrous to the township. That means that we are questioning whether this can be built within a half a mile of not only the Pembroke Parkway Pembroke Rail Station, but also at the North Wales Station.
Linda, that's 5 minutes. Thank you so much. Next up, we have Vera Jacob.
I can't speak anymore.
Can you?
And the green light will turn on.
Okay, it's working now?
Yes.
Okay, great. Jacob, State Street. At the core of this proposed text amendment are misguided political agendas and important fallacies. It is clear that this board has been fooled into assuming that it should serve to solve issues and problems that are not Upper Gwynnett's to solve. For many months, we have been questioning this board to justify this amendment to our zoning code with the most fundamental and important question: who in Upper Gwynedd Township does this amendment serve? To date, while confirming that there is not a single low and moderate U.S. Department of consensus track in Upper Gwynedd, and that there being no sign of homeless population other than the occasional small group sighting believed to be emanating out of the borough of Lansdale along the Stony Creek railway line, that have been historically easy cleaned up by the Township Police Department. There have been no credible justification provided by this board. This board has embarked under the pressure of Montgomery County Board of Commissioners and the County Planning Commission that it should solve the social problems of Norristown, Pottstown, and even Philadelphia. They are problems that took these much larger and urbanized communities decades to create. The commissioners like to suggest that this project is about reviving a housing affordable problem. There is no rationale for this justification either. Regional realtors will tell you that Upper Gwynedd Township remains a desirable community and that there is no evidence of there being an excessive supply of unsold homes or vacant apartments. Therefore, on a market basis, Upper Gwynedd remains affordable. There is nothing Upper Gwynedd can do about rising interest rates that impact mortgage rates. Perhaps Upper Gwynedd Democrats should pay a visit to Washington, D.C. to have that issue addressed. Herein lies the political agenda, as was so adequately and alarming announced at a recent public township meeting by the developer, the Walters Group, stating this project is about the decentralization of poverty. Is that what this board was elected to accommodate in our community? Did the voters of the Upper Gwynedd elect the 5 of you to attract poverty to our township? I and many, many in this community think not. Now, for the fallacy, at the heart of this proposal is a zoning classification known as transit-oriented design, TOD. This is a concept that suggests that if you build housing at or near mass transit centers, that residents will use this transit to communicate. Both the premise and the ability of a region transit system to adequately serve this function is in serious question. A visit to the township existing TOD, Station Square on Church Road, reveals 2 startling facts. The development is loaded with cars which magically largely disappear during the typical workday. Interviews conducted revealed that there were very few residents at the Station Square use SEPTA to communicate. One interviewer indicated that he knows of no one that uses SEPTA. But perhaps more importantly, the question must be asked, is SEPTA a reliable and desirable mass transit transportation system? Have anybody read this 2023 Philadelphia Magazine, this article on page 86? I will just address it a little bit. I guess you have not. That none of you have read the article, which contains a lengthy interview with SEPTA's general manager Leslie Richard. I guess some of you might know her. Because if you had read the article, no responsible elected official would be voting favorably to amend it successful zoning code based on concept that is reliant on a transit system that has the financial, safety, and ridership problem that face SEPTA. In this article, Leslie Richard is quoted referring to SEPTA as saying there is a rise in antisocial behavior. This something at a level that we have not seen before. From a financial point of view, it is important to note that the article reveals that 44% of SEPTA's revenue is derived from state sources. SEPTA is literally kept afloat via state and federal funding, not ridership fares. Why? It is because ridership is down, and according to the article, declining ridership is a pre-pandemic reality. The article reveals that major crimes include stabbing and shooting have doubled in recent years. They are in fact weekly occurrences. The article states
that people just do not want to write SEPTA, and this decline began a full decade prior to COVID. Therefore, COVID cannot be used as a reason for the decline. In the end, SEPTA has a $5 billion backlog of needed infrastructure projects that it cannot afford to build. Yet this board is irresponsibly considering an amendment to a successful zoning code based on a false SEPTA ridership assumption. I urge you to vote against this amendment. And the
Thank you,
other
Vera.
thing-
That is 5 minutes. Thank
5
you.
minutes?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Next up, we have Glenn Hatfield. Next up, we have Glenn Hatfield.
I've asked Jacob to hand out something I delivered to the board earlier today and their council. It's a brief in opposition.
We have copies. We're great. We did get that today. Thank you
It is
so
a brief.
much.
It is a brief in opposition to the proposed ordinances. First thing I want to state is Attorney Clements actually mentioned he's asking you for this change in zoning, including allowing the 11 units per acre high density development, which again is extremely frustrating to me because we all know that that property was a Superfund site. That property had to be cleaned up before anybody could do anything with the property. So in order to allow that developer to clean the property up so we don't have an old factory sitting in the middle of our township, we had to let this guy build more apartments and retail there. It is not a good comparison. It's ridiculous to continue to talk about that as something we should be comparing a pristine property and a Superfund site. And you guys continue to do that, and he continues to tell you, you should do this. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It's not an apples to apples comparison, and it's really getting tiring hearing about it. And we have talked about this, by the way, for months, because I've been here for 12 to 18 months, workshops and regular meetings. Not a lot of other people have, but I want them to know that is a ridiculous comparison, and I wish it would stop, quite frankly. Next, I also want to mention that, like now, okay, we come to these meetings 12 to 18 months. You've invited us to these meetings. These are workshop meetings. These are regular board meetings. And frankly, we ask questions. We make comments. We don't get anything back from you. That's very frustrating. I don't think it's good local government. It really should be about working together to help the community, not ignore citizens or try to radically change the quality of life and, quite frankly, what people bought homes here, moved here for apartments to actually to enjoy. Okay, they didn't buy here to add in all kinds of crazy zoning at the last minute. I want to mention a couple of quick things. Common misconceptions about this zoning change and the proposed projects. First, there's not currently a homeless problem in Upper Gwynedd Township. We could be inviting it, but as we speak right now, there is no big homeless problem in Upper Gwynedd Township, okay? And all the census tracts, the U.S. Census tracts show that kind of stuff, and we don't see people laying on the streets in tents, at least not yet. There's currently, costs are rising. There is not currently a homeless problem. Costs are rising, but apartments and homes are full in the area, indicating they are affordable. They are affordable because they're full. If they weren't affordable, okay, they would be empty. All right, there would be vacancies. That's not the case right now. Costs are rising, but it's not Upper Gwynedd Township's job, your job, to make radical changes to something that's actually working for the township. Also, Upper Gwynedd residents will not have first dibs or any kind of preferential treatment for these new buildings if they're built. That's just not the truth. Okay. It's a first come, first served basis. I'm sure Kim can talk about that later after I'm done or at the end of this thing. But the reality is that is not the truth. It's not workforce for Upper Gwynedd. It's workforce for wherever, theoretically, it's residents who want to come here for whatever reason, but no preferential treatment for the township. Also, the township keeps saying it's going to reduce traffic. The only traffic study I've seen, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, is one from the Walters Group, okay? I appreciate that, but the reality is that, as far as I know, that policy only, or that study only said it's going to reduce truck traffic. Well, no kidding. We're taking an industrial site and we're creating a residential site. That's going to create cars, not trucks. okay? The township says it's going to lower taxes. We've had people call, the township staff and I guess commissioners are saying it's going to lower taxes. Hey, I'm going to be honest with you, I don't understand how that's going to happen. If we do this zoning and we open the door to lots of other high-density housing, every township service is going to be maximized, increased, or whatever. I just don't think that's a fair representation of how this development is going to affect our taxes. I think it's also really important for residents to understand this really is, at least in my opinion, it's spot zoning, okay? And we all want affordable housing in Upper Gwynedd Township, but it's really important to know that we have a very wide selection, a wide array of housing, apartments, mobile homes, twins, singles, every price level, okay? I mean, if you came here thinking that you're going to be somehow standing up for affordable housing or whatever reason you would want this zoning changed, think about this. There is a lot of half-acre, 1 acre, 3 acre, 5 acre, whatever, pieces of land across the township. And if the township can spot zone for these guys, because it's just for the Walters Group, okay, they can spot zone anywhere in this township. And I got news for you. That could be a piece of property that you don't want zoned.
Thank you, Glenn. Next up, we have
you.
Michael Nestle. Michael Nestle.
Hi, Michael Nestle, resident. I'm opposed to this zoning change, and it's interesting because just recently through social media and signs outside, by my opposition, I would be labeled a NIMBYist and a hater. I've been called worse things by better people, but it's very disturbing to have that drop in emotional intelligence when we really should be talking about how this is good for the community and how this might harm the community. I'm concerned about harm to the community on a number of different elements. A couple of meetings ago, you, Denise Hall, said that we have quite a bit of open space land in this township, and it was your intent to fully develop it. That was really concerning to me. That's not stewardship. That's exploitation. If that is not an exact quote, it is a very close paraphrase. What you're developing here, I'm concerned because you're going to wipe out one of the last existing green corridors we have that actually connects 3 different watersheds. You might not know it here in Flatland, here in the Great Divide. The water's that way, go to the Neshaminy and the Delaware. This way, to the Wissahick and down to the Schuylkill. We're talking about waters that go through Stony Creek, down to the Perky, and then on to the Schuylkill there. It's the last connections we have between the green spaces we have, and you're going to destroy it for this project. John Kabat-Zinn, one of the great leaders of mindful meditation, had a great saying, don't just do something, stand there. Undeveloped land is not a liability, it's an asset. And to develop all of your open space is not good stewardship. Additionally, this will add density. And relating to that, I wonder if there was any sort of an environmental impact statement done for this land that will be taken along and up to the train tracks. You recall looking at the picture that the Walter Group put up there, that nice patch of green, that will be gone. We're already having deer dropping fawns in our backyards because they have no other place to do it. Yeah. And with the density, I've been here since early 1990s. The traffic continues to get worse. The civility is dropping. I saw 3 people run blatant red lights on the way to this meeting today. We should be looking to stabilize the density, or at least somehow build our infrastructure to support it. And there's nothing here to add additional infrastructure to support the density that's being added. You might say it's just this one small piece with this spot zoning. I think it's a thin edge of the wedge to completely develop your open space, as you stated. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
Next up, we have Rebecca Moody.
Hello, my name is Rebecca Moody. I'm a resident. I'll just be very brief. I've attended a lot of these meetings, most of the meetings actually associated with these presentations, so thank you for the presentations. I think they've been very thorough and they've provided answers to any questions that I've personally had. I support the affordable housing effort. I'm excited about the opportunity in the township to help residents and potential future residents. I think the high quality affordable home option will benefit so many people. And again, I vote in favor of this as a resident. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. Next up, we have Jonathan Casa.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Jonathan Casa, a North Penn resident. I live a stone's throw away. Is this better? Thank you very much. North Penn resident, Jonathan Casa. I live a stone's throw away from the township in Montgomery Township. However, long-term, over a decade, volunteer, go Norgwin Hawks baseball and softball. So care deeply about our community and North Penn in particular. As a neighbor of Upper Gwynedd, with family who works here as well, we all work together across this community. And I just want to give a genuine thank you to those who've spoken tonight, and I'm sure in many meetings prior, who talk about facts and details, who bring civility to this, understanding that there needs to be compromise going forward. And we're allowed to disagree. We may even still be friends, but we certainly respect each other. And that seems, everyone celebrates the diversity of our community, and that includes socioeconomic diversity. Across North Penn, there's always been some type of subsidized housing. Now, there's specific definitions about what's being discussed about the affordable housing that I'd like to focus on tonight. But that housing, including here in this great township, includes seniors, veterans, nursing home and home care staff, service workers, my own relatives, people who work very hard and may not have a 401k or health insurance, people who own small businesses, work multiple jobs and want their children, and we see this at North Penn, or their grandchildren that they are raising to thrive in North Penn and achieve their dreams. This is a thriving community. We celebrate our kindness and our compassion. Just last week, over 300 new backpacks stuffed, filled with donations by members from across our community to support families in need as a new school year begins. These families live and work. They are part of all of our communities, including this township. As a school board director and also a board member on a victim assistance nonprofit for the last 6 years, these volunteer positions have allowed me to facilitate help when members of our community need some relief. Despite what partisanship and politics may bring to the table, it's inevitable. It always has been in America, so let's embrace that. We are here to help our community as local elected officials. North Penn's not an enclave. We are not a gated community. We're a welcoming community for those who work hard and follow the rules. Recently, I facilitated services for 2 different single mom households so they could stay in their homes due to extraordinary crises. Their children are district students. And why do I share this? It's because it's an example, living examples of the thousands of good people who make this community strong. When a family or medical crisis risks their being homeless or needing to leave North Penn, and that is what was facing these 2 single-family households, one of them in this township, that's not right if that's the case. It's not who we aspire to be as citizens or as a compassionate community. Affordable housing means that there are staff, students, and classmates of our district that we don't want to send the message, in short, that you're not wanted, fend for yourself. That's not who we are as a community, and far from it. I can speak from my own personal experience. it can get emotional at times, and we can be fearful and tap into that. That doesn't represent the vast majority of North Penn households who embrace working class values and common sense. There's nothing political about doing what's right. The only catch is that you can't cherry pick the right things to do. You always do what's right. It's how we raise our children, and we want our students to embrace. We may be able to fool ourselves, but you can't trick a moral compass when it's pointing away from your actions and words. What example do we want to set for our children and students in this township, across our community? Well, let's set a very good example with local leaders and neighbors who have the courage to act and not just speak, and who do what's right to ensure that our community embraces all who share the same pursuit of happiness. This is the right thing to do, affordable housing. This is why I support the effort to develop essential affordable housing in our county and across our community, in all of our townships. So I ask my fellow neighbors and community members, please, actually, I thank you for learning the facts, for filtering the rhetoric, and coming to your own conclusions.
Thank you, Jonathan.
That is why you will be a great community moving forward, no matter what the decision.
Thank you, Jonathan. Next up, we have William Jackson. Next up, we have William Jackson.
William Jackson, West Point Village. I want to thank everyone for coming out tonight. I think the discourse we've had at this meeting and the other meetings is a healthy sign that people care about our community, no matter what perspective you come from.
Is the microphone on?
I'm hearing myself.
If you could just be a little closer, because we're having trouble hearing you down here. Thanks.
I just want to say that coming to these meetings, as well as some of the other government meetings in the North Penn area, is always an education on how these things process. And what I've observed is not a grand conspiracy. I understand that through capitalism, someone bought a property that's been vacant for as long as I've lived in the area, almost 20 years, and they decided they wanted to do something with it. And they came to the employees of the township who are not elected officials, and they said, what do we have to do to develop this property in a certain way? They worked through those steps. They came up with a zoning proposal. That zoning proposal has been brought to this committee meeting, as well as the zoning committee, for discussion. And then it was raised to this, and the zoning folks they didn't pass some political litmus test to be on that committee. They are dedicated members of the community, like all of us are. I do think we are and should be a welcoming community. In response to some of the opening comments tonight, everyone's entitled to their religious beliefs. I certainly respect that. But on the other hand, our community, since I've lived here, and the reason I like to live here is that we're open to people with diverse backgrounds, gender backgrounds, everything you can imagine. Everybody should be welcome. And I don't think any of us are going to hell because we just want to live the best lives that we can live in the community where we decided to reside. As far as affordable housing goes, or this particular location, I'm not a big proponent of eminent domain. I don't agree with all the things that I've heard, various proposals over the past couple of years of trying to attend these meetings on a regular basis. This particular property, I do have concerns about what it does to the woods, but for the last person that spoke earlier, I didn't hear the same concerns come out when they put in the development that's happening over on Moyer, just outside of West Point Village. I think it's perfectly fine property to put in there, but they ripped out a perfectly good woods there, and no one came and said, oh my goodness, what are we going to do about the creek that rolls through there? So I think bringing that up now on this property is just sort of diverting the question. I think the question is around affordable housing, and we may not see a homeless problem in the area, depending on how you look at it. But I will say I volunteer with the Iron Knights Triathlon with a parents group. We support, among other things with that event, helping support athletes from financially challenged families. And we do that based on elementary schools in the school district that have a certain percentage of subsidized or free lunches. And in the past 3 years, we added Gwen Noor to that list of previously 3 schools out of 13. Now there's 4. And Gwynnor is fed by parts of Lansdale, parts of Upper Gwynedd, parts of North Wales Borough. So there is people out there that are financially challenged. I've worked with some of those people as families as part of that program. There is folks in our midst, even if you don't see them on your streets, who are challenged to make ends meet, to pay these ever-increasing rents and mortgages, and it exists. We can't pretend it doesn't exist. As far as that property goes, yeah, it will create more car traffic, but it is positioned in a way that would minimize the need for two-car households like we have mostly in the rest of the township. It will be positioned on what should be the planned Liberty Bell Trail route to get people in and out of Lansdale if they want to, around to different services that they can get to either by walking or by biking. And we already see that happening with the parts of the Liberty Bell Trail in Lansdale that exist. And in differential to the one proposal for Allentown Road and South Broad, that would have been high-density housing with a lot more cars and a lot more congested intersection. I go through there every day, and it's always backed up at certain times of the day. I'll also just say that you may not see a homeless problem, but I do see restaurants that don't have enough servers, grocery stores without enough cashiers, home healthcare workers that are needed in our area servicing our residents. And this type of housing will be open to people to fill those types of jobs, and that will enhance what we're trying to do in our community. It's not just about the absolute bottom destitute. It's about creating a healthy, multi-layered community, multi-layered housing stock. It's going to make us stronger as a community.
Thank you, Bill. Next up, we have Deborah Stone.
Yeah, I'm Deborah Stone. I am a resident of Upper Gwynedd Township for 40 years. I want to commend both the Planning Board and the Commissioners for considering that government should respond to the affordable housing crisis in our region. If this project comes to fruition, there will be a new opportunity for our young teachers, our police and firefighters, even our adult children to live in our community. And it will also help area businesses that have struggled to find the entry-level or lower-wage people that they need for their companies to be a success. I also appreciate the ample opportunity for public comment on this issue that's been provided over the past many months. I do regret, however, the unpleasant nature of some of the commentary that has been directed at our volunteer planning board as well as the commissioners. Thanks.
Thank you, Deborah. Next up, we have Mark Connolly.
Mark Connolly, resident. Madam President, tonight we consider questions not only about zoning, but also about who belongs in our township. We have faced these questions before, and we as a township have not always taken the road less traveled by. In a 1958 case, North Wales annexation, 75 Montgomery County Law Reporter 354, the township's conduct to try, quote, to exclude homeowners of the lower income groups, end quote, was so egregious that the judge called it, quote, tyranny, end quote, and allowed the property owner to transfer land to North Wales Borough, permanently reducing our township's tax base. In a 1985 case, Kratz versus Board of Commissioners, 88 Pennsylvania Commonwealth Reports 108, while the appeal itself was quashed, it showed that the township had to be sued to allow mobile home parks like Gwynedd Woods to be built, as they had been excluded from the zoning ordinance. Zoning is a balance between the constitutional rights of property owners to do what they want with their properties and the health, safety, and welfare of the community. And I trust that the board will consider the extent to which the current zoning regulations contribute to the property being vacant for decades and the constitutional questions that any hardship created by the regulations poses for the rights of the property owners. But tonight, I want to focus on those people of Upper Gwynedd Township whom the opponents have tried to erase from the conversation. They have claimed that high median household incomes in our township's 4 census tracts signify that there is no need for affordable housing here, that the people struggling to afford their rising rents don't exist. But they're wrong. A median does not tell us anything about the composition of the data set beyond that half of the data points are higher and half lower than it. All one has to do is search for Upper Gwynedd S2503 on data.census.gov to see that in 2021, there were hundreds of renter households in our township paying 30% or more of their incomes on housing, the affordability threshold set by HUD. These statistics show rents were almost universally unaffordable to those making under $75,000 per year. If incomes remain stagnant and rents continue to rise at their current rates, we are going to see some of our fellow citizens pushed out of our township without the reprieve of this affordable housing development. They have a right to have their interests represented in the halls of government as much as anyone else in this room. And I ask you, Madam President, to consider, have the opponents provided any credible evidence that crime will increase, that property values will be adversely affected, that the services will necessitate increases to real estate tax millage rates, that traffic will be unduly burdened beyond what is currently permitted in the LI Limited Industrial District? Have they provided any credible evidence that the benefits of this development will primarily inure to the residents of the 3 municipalities they have repeatedly cited and not to our residents? I understand and appreciate that change brings fear. I grew up in a municipality in western Montgomery County that doubled in population in the 1990s. Consequently, I know overdevelopment when I see it, and this is not that. We have an opportunity to learn from the past and to right the wrongs of a legacy of exclusionary zoning. I implore you all to accept the unanimous recommendation of the Planning Commission and to vote to enact the TOD2 text and map amendment ordinances. And at this time, Madam President, I request leave to enter 4 exhibits in the record, which I would like to mark Connolly 1 through 4.
We can take them.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Okay, we still have a significant amount of people who would like to talk, and that's fine, that's great, and maybe some other people who haven't even signed up on the registry, and we don't know if there's anyone online who'd like to speak. So we're going to take a very brief recess so that whoever needs the facilities may use them, and then we'll be back, okay? The August 22nd business meeting is back in session. Next up for public comments, we have David J. Schaefer. David, you kind of want to lean into the mic because it's hard to hear. There we go.
How's this?
So much better.
So much better. All right. Again, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is David Schaefer. My wife Kathy and I have lived in Upper Gwynedd Township since 1991 and have raised 4 children, all of whom went through the North Penn School District. I'm retired from a career with the United States Department of Agriculture, and my wife is an incredible preschool teacher. We moved my aging mother and father nearby to live out their lives here, and my son is raising my grandson in Upper Gwynedd Township, just a few blocks away. We love the home we have made here and have a continuing stake in keeping our community the great place that it is. What first captured our attention was the outrageous way some individuals who opposed this project were making it out to be some sort of catastrophe. That by welcoming these 60 new units, it will cause real harm to our community.
I'm so sorry, David. Hi, in the lobby. It's super distracting that you're having a normal conversation. Thanks so much. Go ahead, David.
Thank you. That by welcoming these 60 new units, it will cause real harm to our community, our traffic, our elderly. I was sufficiently scared, and I guess that was their point. So I did my research. The development is a great idea. The location makes perfect sense. The developer has a good track record. Any alternative development that could go in there is also going to have some development issues. Yes, the apartments would be a nice place to live, and heaven forbid, affordable for a very, very small handful of people. People who teach our children, protect our community, serve us at our local businesses, shop, spend money, and pay taxes. If I am correct, it will apparently affect 0.1% of our land area and add less than 1% to our total number of households. 60 new ones to a total of, I believe, 7,311 housing units. People, this is not the end of the township as we know it. This development will create access for those who make our community the great livable place that it is. Raising 4 kids on my income, I was fortunate to afford the place to live here, as I came from an area of Pennsylvania with a much lower cost of living. And I guess, in fact, I have subsidized housing because I was able to deduct my mortgage interest from my federal taxes. So that is subsidized housing too. Housing and rent costs have risen dramatically. Providing this tiny, well-laid out opportunity for a handful of hardworking people to afford to live and work in our community is a moral issue above and beyond being a reasonable, positive use of that parcel. I commend our township commissioners for considering it and using their due diligence to vet the project. We cannot let a small number of residents in our township politicize and polarize this project by making it to be something it is not. I ask that you vote in support of this project, and I look forward to welcoming our new neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Next up is Teresa Price.
Good evening. I am a single mom. I worked very, very hard to buy my first house, which happened to be in Norristown. I thought I was buying a very affordable house. And over the 10 years that I lived there, my property value went down. Down so far that I ended up being underwater. And I had to do a short sale to get rid of it. A lot of my neighbors had to do the same thing. A lot of the houses were abandoned, people walked away, all kinds of things. And now I moved to Upper Gwynedd, thinking that I did a better thing for my family. And now I'm concerned about this affordable housing development, which is going to be right behind my house, not a stone's throw away, not a mile away, right behind my house. And we're already dealing with the homeless camps back there. And now on top of that, which, by the way, is not being dealt with and hasn't been dealt with in the last 5 years. And now we have this issue to worry about. I'm concerned. You know, yes, I come from an affordable housing background, and I worked hard to get where I am. And I'm very concerned about what this will do to my community. I bought my house to be my retirement home. Well, is it really? Or am I going to have to be part of the mass migration of people that move out of here once this happens? I ask you to seriously think about this because it's going to affect the life that we know now. Thank you.
Thank you, Teresa. Next up is S. Baker Wentz. S. Baker Wentz is next.
Hi, my name is Susan Baker Wentz. I live in the Upper Gwynedd Township. I've spoken here many times before in support of this community. I would like to thank the board for listening, both the zoning board and this board for listening to what people have had to say to each, and sometimes it's not always pleasant, and I commend you guys. And some of my husband and I did this little research together, and actually the Walters Group did address a little bit of it. It would increase our tax base by utilizing currently undeveloped land that has been sitting vacant and for sale for 15 years. But I also wanted to note that the low-income housing tax credit, which is a key part of this development, is a bipartisan program. And I mention that because it has been mentioned in past meetings that it's not. And as mentioned just by the Walters Group, that this was created in 1986 as a part of a tax reform efforts and has always had bipartisan support. And the LIHTC was expanded with the Affordable Housing Credit Improvement Act of 2016. It was first introduced, the AHCIA has gained strong bipartisan support. The AHCIA of 2023 had 66 original co-sponsors in the House, including 34 Republicans and 22 Democrats in the 117th Congress. The AHCIA was co-sponsored by nearly half the House of Representatives and the Senate. I would also note that the Montgomery County Commissioners twice unanimously approved the Montgomery County Housing Action Plan in 2022 and 2023, which includes the distribution funding for the LIHTC in the county. Unanimously includes both Democrat and the Republican on the Board of Commissioners. I also want to take note that the township is not, I have not heard that the township wants to put housing on every last piece of land. I seem to recall something about a park that they proposed to put in, which would be open space. And I have many times stood up here and talked to you about the people who would benefit from this kind of housing unit. And it is the people who live in our community and work in our community. It's the people, my son worked at the nursing home right down the road here. And people had in the kitchen. It's those people who can benefit from living here. We're not talking about people from far away or, people that are not in our community. People who are in our community work in our community and would benefit from this kind of housing. My daughter also has a degree in college. She works. Both of my kids actually would able to get housing under this. They work for subcontractors for the U.S. government and don't make more than enough money to live here without something like this. My daughter found that out as she was looking for housing someplace else. I would note that to get on to there was no list. There was no waiting list for this program where she was looking. I hope that there is a waiting list instead of just happening upon it. I will note that where she was looking, there was no waiting list. You had to be at the right place at the right time. So I've been a part of this community. I'm a teacher in this community. I support this unit. I am not in any way afraid of the people who would live there. I know they're good, hardworking people who are a part of our community. And if they're new to our community, I would welcome them. So thank you. I would like you to consider that as support for me.
Thank you, Susan. Next up, we have Denise Collette. Denise Collette, sorry about the last name.
It's Coletta.
Coletta, thank you.
Hi, I'm Denise Coletta. I'm not a resident of Upper Gwynedd Township. However, I worked for the county's Department of Housing and Community Development for 37 and a half years, and am recently retired as of March. However, I'm here in support of this development. There is a very severe housing shortage in Montgomery County, which directly affects the movement of families from a rental unit to home ownership. Housing costs, mortgage interest rates, and income are the measurements we use to analyze the data. If fewer people can buy homes, then more people remain in rental markets and create a shortage of rental units, which drives up the costs. The cost of a home in the county has increased over 10% in many of our municipalities, including the surrounding area. The average cost of a 3-bedroom housing unit in Montgomery County has reached $400,000. In fact, new construction units exceed that level. The average cost of a 2-bedroom market rate apartment in this area is over $2,700 a month. Broken down, for housing to be considered affordable, it must cost no more than 30% of a household's gross income, which means a family making $50,000 per year would spend no more than $1,250 a month to be considered affordable. I ask you, where in the county can you find an apartment for $1,250 a month? Affordable workhorse housing allows a family to live in a decent and safe community. We should look around us and see the people that serve us every single day and understand that they are the people that will be reaching out to provide this affordable housing. They include our entry-level teachers, our police officers, your local checkout clerks, your nursing home healthcare providers, and your favorite waitress at your diner. These are the people that are directly impacted by this development. In no way are they the indigent poor that you so freely throw out there in your past meetings. Now, I have the ability to speak on this topic because I've been in the industry for 37 and a half years. I truly hope that you will look upon this affordable housing development as something that will be not only great for your area, it provide jobs for people that communities where they're looking for people to come into their entry-level job positions. They can't find people to work. It's people that have children that are graduating college with debt that exceed their income and have to pay student loans cannot afford to rent any housing units in this community, in any community. I live in Conshohocken. It's just as bad there. And I support any affordable housing that's being developed in Montgomery County. I wish and I hope and I pray that you could open up your narrow minds and believe that this can be workful. Thank you.
Thank you, Denise. Next up, we have Jeffrey Fields. Next up, we have Jeffrey Fields. Sorry.
Hi, thank you. Jeff Fields, a resident of the township. I want to speak in support of the project. I think it makes sense from an economic standpoint as well as a planning standpoint. From an economic standpoint, many of the points have already been made, but we're looking at folks making $40,000 to $65,000 a year. So been a lot of mention of homelessness. This is the working class folks that live in our area. This is healthcare support occupations, firefighters. If you just look at the data on the median entry-level job rates, that's what this is, what the need is. Teachers, aides, firefighters, service industry, all sort of land squarely in this area of $40,000 to $65,000 with a need for 1 to 3 bedrooms. We want to welcome folks like that into our community, as well as the children of our the many folks have spoken about their own children not being able to move back here. Both of these things are a need that I would see for a project like this that can allow for both robust services to continue in our area, which will not happen if we can't have people that live near those services. You're not going to be able to get the home health care aid that you need to help an elderly parent if there's nowhere for them to live, right? So these are going to keep our area vibrant and also have the opportunity for growth, intergenerational growth that is becoming more and more difficult as graduating kids can't find a place to live anywhere near their parents. There was a resident who expressed concern about property values. I mentioned this at a planning commission meeting. There was the most recent study done on LIHTC developments in Alexandria, Virginia, analyzed properties, I believe it was from 2000 to 2020, looking at repeated sales both before and after a low-income housing tax credit project was built. They found that over that 20-year period with 3 different projects, that places within 5 city blocks had a net increase of about 1% in their property value. So there was no indication of a decrease. If anything, it was a net increase to have a project that ultimately is going to end up costing $15 to $20 million to build. Like, this isn't a slum. This is high quality housing that's comparable to market rate. So you look at like something like that, it's going to increase property values compared to the light industrial use that would go up otherwise. So again, the same concerns around conservation seem somewhat limited, considering that we can literally put a warehouse here that would have heavy trucks moving in and out, like as it stands right now with no change. I think does seem to be confusion, and it's been mentioned that confusing low-income housing tax credit project with a public housing project is not the same thing, right? That is targeting the most low-income people, and as far as having the subsidy built into a given person, that the rent is less based on what you make. The rent here is fixed. Does not adjust based on what you earn. So if you earn very, very little, you won't be able to afford to live here. But if you are working and you can't afford to rent anywhere else, this would be a good place to live. And then there was mention that the fact that every apartment or rental unit is occupied is an indication that we don't have a need for more units. It's actually the opposite. When you have a very low vacancy rate, it shows that we're being stressed in the rental market, that we don't have enough places for people to live. You're seeing the rent burden that someone else mentioned. So the amount of people that are paying more than 30% of their income in rent is going up drastically year after year. So we're having more and more renters that work here now, like someone was mentioning, a person in your diner who won't be able to live here for much longer if they're in a rental housing situation. That is what we're trying to do, is produce some housing that actually allows a diverse range of people that are in diverse industries to live here. And then just the last point around the subsidy, I pointed it out before, but it is just important to note that the mortgage interest rate deduction is $70 billion a year supported by Congress for homeowners. So we talk about subsidy. If you own a home, if you've had a mortgage, you've benefited from 7 times the amount of subsidy that renters in this country benefit from, with less than $10 million for the low-income housing tax credit. So I think from the standpoint of all these things that
Thank you, Jeffrey. That was 5 minutes. Thank you. Next up is Yvonne Paci-Siqueiro.
Hello, I'm Yvonne Paci-Siqueiro, and I live in Upper Gwynedd Township on Gwyneddale Way. And I'd like to make a note before I actually make my statement. I need to make it clear to all of you that are gathered here what this board is considering, and if they go through with it, it is a violation of the U.S. and PA Constitution. We are asserting this is illegal, and this board has been served notice. So let me continue. All of you sitting here as the Upper Gwynedd Township Commissioners were elected to serve the residents, property owners, taxpayers, and voters of the township. You were elected to advance the interest of Upper Gwynedd Township, including the preservation of public safety, property values, and the general preservation of the quality of life for most of the residents who elected you. None of you were elected to solve the problems of other communities who perhaps, through decades of their own misguided decisions and lack of vision, have created inhospitable conditions and poor quality of life in their own communities. These conditions include the proliferation of dangerous neighborhoods, blight, negative economic conditions, including poverty, homelessness, poorly performing schools, and ultimately forbiddingly high taxes. The responsibility to protect our community from this future is bestowed upon all of you, the elected board, and the entirety of the township family. This responsibility should be implemented irrespective of political agendas. As elected members of the Upper Gwynedd Township Board of Commissioners, we urge you to understand that we, the residents, know that this proposal is nothing more than a manifestation of an agenda that has been adopted by the Montgomery County Democrats and has been incorporated into the township's new 2040 comprehensive plan via the township's contractual partnership with the Montgomery County Planning Commission, a relationship in which the township paid heavily in the expenditure of tax dollars. In the end, the township's 2040 comp plan is a local municipal endorsement of the will and vision of the county commissioners in Norristown, and not the will of the residents and voters of this township. Once again, the County of Montgomery and its Planning Commission holds no legal legislative authority over this township. The township's 2040 comprehensive plan holds no legal legislative power. Residents of Upper Gwynedd, let us stand unified against this proposal and recommend to this Board of Commissioners that this proposal is not in any way beneficial to us, but strictly a political agenda. Now, I have two questions for the Walters Group. Will there be an on-site manager?
What is your second question? We're writing them down, and then they're going to
What
answer
is,
them all at once.
no, I'd like them to answer it.
They are going to answer them after
Okay.
everyone makes all their questions. Sandy, did
Okay.
you get that first question? Thanks.
On-site manager, will there be an on-site manager? And what happens when renters lose their jobs, his or her job? Okay? But I asked these questions last time. Nobody answered them then. Thank you.
Thank you, Yvonne. Next up, we have Dominic Frischella.
Dominic Frisella, resident of the North Penn, but not of the township of Upper Gwynedd. I just come here tonight to express my support of additional housing units in the township. These units would be within roughly 0.6 miles from my front door. So the effects of traffic and environmental and such would exist upon me. However, with all the concerns of traffic tonight, there was only myself and maybe one other person that rode their bicycle here. Everyone that drove here is a part of traffic, so it's just kind of an interesting dichotomy. And additionally, with the environmental concerns, one of the great ways to lessen your environmental impact is to live close to where you work and close to where you do your business and commerce. So being able to create these units within a walking distance to a grocery store is a net benefit environmentally. I would say if there was any sort of issue that I had with the zoning proposal, it would be that it doesn't go far enough. The parking minimums are way too high, in my opinion, for something so close to a transit center. And the density allowed is not quite what could be to help lower the burden on the taxpayers. The taxpayers benefit greatly through density, through commoditization of services, whether it's running one sewer line and one gas line and one water line and as such. It takes a lot more money and a lot more pipe, a lot more infrastructure to get it out into single family homes that are on half-acre properties or 1 acre properties. So anything that can lessen the benefit of the taxpayers there kind of works out as well. So once again, I'm in agreement with the proposal, and thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you, Dominic. Next up is William Brush. Bill Brush.
Good evening, William Bryce, Lansdale Borough.
Sorry, Bryce.
That's good. May I pass this along? It's a copy of the letter I'm going to read tonight.
Yes.
Thank you very much. I'm here tonight to read a letter on behalf of myself, here from Musmonco, and 97 people who have signed onto this letter. We, the undersigned, are writing to express our support for the cornerstone at Pembroke Homes as outlined in the recent presentation for Walters Group LLC. Montgomery County is one of the best places in Pennsylvania to live. Families here want to put down roots, raise children, work, and build a life. We are all looking to find stability, safety, and comfort. We also want to protect our hard work and investments. We believe strongly that Cornerstone at Pembroke will help realize all of this. It will support the local workforce while growing current home values and investments. As the cost of housing in Upper Gwynedd continues to increase at a rapid rate, with a 52% increase in the last 5 years of home ownership prices and an 11% increase in the last 5 years for rental units, people at all stages of life in Upper Gwynedd may be finding it nearly impossible to purchase, maintain, or stay in homes that support their families and their futures. Currently, almost 50% of renters already living in Upper Gwynedd, about 770 households, are spending more than 30% of their income towards rent, putting them at risk of being one financial crisis away from eviction or having to leave our community. Housing costs are rising faster than wages for our residents, and if we take action now by supporting the zoning text amendment, we will have homes which allow Upper Gwynedd residents to live closer to their jobs, save for home ownership, and thrive. In order to have a diverse and vibrant community, we need to consider what enables that to happen. High-quality homes like the ones Walters Group is proposing, which also provides close proximity to jobs, services, amenities, access to transportation, healthcare, and quality schools. When we have a variety of high-quality homes for a variety of income levels, there's a collective benefit. It allows townships to become an even more attractive community to invest in because there's a strong workforce at all levels, a demand for a wider variety of goods and services, and opportunity for economic mobility. We believe a vote to allow the zoning text amendment for this development is a vote to support our workers, residents, families, and communities. We thank you for letting us contribute our voices and look forward to all of us working together to contribute to the quality and health of Upper Gwynedd. Also, I mentioned that I live in Lansdale Borough. Some people have been asking, why am I here? Well, to start, this project is very close to my home. I might even be able to see it once it's completed right from my backyard. But our backyard is not just a physical space. It is also a metaphor for the larger community. When we say yes to affordable housing in our backyard, we are saying yes to a more inclusive and welcoming community. We are saying yes to building all of our communities so that everyone has a decent place to call home. I urge the commissioners to join me in saying yes to affordable housing in our backyard, and let's build a community where everyone belongs. And finally, to the Walters Group, I have but one humble request. Pass me the first shovel. I welcome the chance to use the shovel that will break ground to build a stronger, more resilient community for individuals and families. This shovel will be a beacon for all of Montgomery County, guiding us on a path to building stronger communities for all. Thank you.
Thank you, William. Next up, we have Emma Hertz. Next up, we have Emma Hertz. Oh, sorry.
Evening. My name is Emma Hertz. I am not a resident. I am here in my role as president and CEO of HealthSpark Foundation, which is a private, independent, philanthropic organization serving all of Montgomery County. We are created out of the sale of the North Penn Hospital and use our endowment in the service of the public good in Montgomery County, serving all residents here. Some of my friends and colleagues have already shared a lot of the data that we have seen in our role as a grant maker in support of a thriving and healthy Montgomery County, where you've seen increases in food insecurity, increases in lack of affordable and safe housing, impacting housing stability for many different residents across the county. And so I think what I want to speak to tonight is more a personal story of how I got into this work with HouseSpark, which sees itself as a policy advocate and as a systems change funder, looking at not just direct services in our community, but how the policies and practices that we have impact the quality of life. When I was 23 years old, fresh out of college, I had a job as a social worker in Bucks County. And there I was working with folks who were displaced as a result of the economic recession of 2008. And one of the men that I was working with in that role had worked all of his life. He was in his 50s. His name was Bob. He had worked all of his life as a roofer, and he had owned his own company that he had built from the ground up. And roofing is an incredibly difficult job. You're in the hot sun all day. You're using your body all day for work. And by the time he'd reached his 50s, he had developed significant health issues. Now, this was before affordable health insurance was more accessible for folks, and he did not have health insurance. And so he had some health issues where he had to give up his business. He couldn't do his job. He lost his home. He had serious mental health issues as a result of all that. His marriage fell apart, and he became displaced from his home. So he was kind of working with us in capacity to move into a homeless shelter in Bucks County. And the community that he had lived in his entire life had said similar things to what I heard tonight, which is that we don't have people who are poor here. We don't need to zone for inclusive housing. We don't need to provide for people who can't afford to live here. And he actually hadn't needed that for most of his life. He could afford to live in that community just fine until he fell on hard times. And then that resident, Bob, who lived in that particular community, suddenly couldn't afford to live there. And the community essentially said, tough luck. And so as I was having conversations with him about the resources that were available, it was clear that there weren't enough. There wasn't rental assistance readily available. There weren't subsidized housing vouchers available for him. And as we were planning to move him into shelter, I could see kind of that pall come over his face, thinking that this was someone who'd worked his entire life in his 50s moving into a shelter. 3 days later, I came back to his apartment to check in on him and found that he committed suicide. At 23 years old, I understood that there was something deeply wrong with that situation, that someone who had worked his entire life should not be abandoned by his community because of a change in his circumstance. And that is what drove me to go into public policy change and recognize that the systemic inequities that we're seeing in our communities are not the result of the individual failings of people, but rather the failings of our government systems, the failings of our compassion for each other as fellow human beings. And so I think it's interesting here tonight that we have heard questions around, why are there homeless back in this wooded area? Why aren't we doing anything about it? The answer to that is affordable housing. And the answer to affordable housing is policy and practice changes like zoning and like this issue that are here today. And so, I encourage you as the Board of Commissioners here to really think about the systemic inequities and how policy and practice weigh into that. And consider that while this is a small proposal, this is a small development, and truly speaking, we're talking about a small number of people, the impact that it has on communities is profound. So thank you very much. I support this development, and HouseSpark Foundation does stand with you.
Thank you, Emma. Next up is Mike Hayes.
Good evening, everybody. I'm not a resident of Upper Gwynedd, but my name is Mike Hayes, speaking tonight as the co-director of the Monco 30% project. Imagine if there were a law that only 1,000 cars could be sold each year in all of Pennsylvania. Those 1,000 cars would go to whoever could pay the most money for them, and chances are you and everyone you know would be out of luck, wrote economists Raven Malloy and Joe Groyko. But that doesn't happen because Ford, GM, Toyota, and others don't have to ask for government permission to build more. However, all changes in housing supply require explicit approval from local governments. In 1924, President Herbert Hoover's Advisory Board on Zoning drafted a law that led to an explosion of housing regulation. In 1916, just 8 cities had zoning ordinances. But by 1936, that number grew to over 1,200. You see, planners and elected officials realized that if you wanted to keep certain segments of the population namely low income and moderate income people and people of color. If you wanted to keep them out, you needed the cover of zoning regulations, especially after the passage of the Civil Rights and Fair Housing Acts. So along came minimum lot sizes, mandatory setbacks, parking minimums, and in some cases, outright bans on multifamily housing. That in part can begin to change tonight in Upper Gwynedd with your vote. Cheered or feared by different constituencies, a 60-unit multifamily proposal in a transit area is before us. We have a supply problem. I think it's quite obvious. As a substitute teacher in the North Penn School District, I'm witness to the inclusion and welcoming nature that our schools prioritize. We welcome families and students from all walks of life into our classroom, which offers that rare opportunity, really the foundation of our democracy. It is where the daughter of a Merck executive can share a lunch table or a lab table with the son of an assembly line worker from Hatfield Meats. To the opponents of Cornerstone, there's nothing to fear, unless the intermingling and fellowship that I speak of causes you anxiety. Then we might know what your outrage and your lawn signs are really all about. To the board and the Planning Commission, thank you for your service. Thank you for the time and hearing extensive public comment. I trust that you'll do the right thing and approve these zoning changes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mike. Next up is Jane Pico. Jane? Right there, yeah.
Hi, good evening. I wanted to just commend you all in Upper Gwynedd for your civic engagement. It's really refreshing to see. I wish we had that in my community. But anyway, I am a visitor tonight, and I had a few maybe different things to say, just quickly. So I did kind of want to remind everyone that the minimum wage, as we sit here right now, is $7.25 in Pennsylvania, the same as the federal. In June, we raised it to 15. Well, we voted 103 to 100. So 2 Republicans voted with the Dems to raise it to 15 by 2026. So I did want to mention the minimum wage because I don't think anyone's mentioned it. And it's been my experience, at least in the workplace, is that the minimum wage hasn't gone anywhere, and neither really has anyone else's in that mid-income range. I also just wanted to remind people that, and this was alluded to a little bit, but to get an apartment, you need the first month's rent, last month's rent, deposit, and that's, there's also application fees, there's a credit check, there's a background check, and there are pet deposits. And so, at $1,200 a month, we're looking at least $3,600, money in hand to get into an apartment. So in my town of Norristown municipality, the county kind of stood by and did nothing as our municipal council closed the homeless shelter. It was a 60-bed homeless shelter. And I just wanted to, probably everyone's aware, but the county, Montgomery County, is the second richest county in the state, is giving out tents, or has started giving out tents. So if you're seeing more and more tents around, that's partly why. So yeah, imagine like you're in need, you need emergency, like transitional housing, and you're literally given a tent, no matter what time of year it is, you're given a tent. And so we met a woman, Cheryl, who, she's I don't know her age, she's maybe late 60s, early 70s or something, who she lived in a county issued tent near the river in my community for about at least 7 months. And so I just wanted everyone to just, imagine like your elderly mother sleeping in a tent by the river. It's not safe for any women to sleep in tents like that. It's not safe for men either. It's inhumane, and which is unacceptable. So okay, I'm aware I'm not at a county meeting here, but I always think it's good to just call out, to get the facts on the table and call out the ineptitude at that level. But what I wanted to say this evening is just to, congratulate the folks who are, looking at being a part of the solution. So if it's you, who finds yourself in a tent from the county, what you need at that moment is transitional temporary housing. So I would love to encourage you guys to look into building, that kind of housing as well, shelter. But then after that, once you get your act together, get the help you need a affordable permanent home. And so I commend the developer and the council for looking into this in this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. Next up is Bill England.
Good evening. Thank you. My name is Bill England. I am the Coalition Director for the Here For Us Advocacy Coalition serving Montgomery County. We are a coalition of over 60 partners that includes institutions of higher learning, faith-based organizations, nonprofits, community-based groups, and you have a copy of a letter on my letterhead because we support that. Everything that I have on my notes to say tonight has been said, so I am not going to stand up here and repeat any of that. I just want to say that the divisions among us are much less than the things we have in common. It doesn't always feel that way when we hear different opposing sides on an issue. But this is about housing. This is about affordability. This is for working families to have a place that they can call home. I completely support this. I appreciate that this group has come forward and proposed to do this. And I trust and hope that they will be able to get the changes to zoning that they need to be able to put this up. This is important not only for this community, it's important for Montgomery County. As some of the speakers have said, we have an affordable housing crisis across the county. If you take a ride across Montgomery County, you'll see lots of construction going up. And they start at 700 and 800 and $1 million. All the townhouses between here and where I came from this evening, the new ones, are $1 million. That precludes working people from having a decent place to live. It shouldn't be like that. This is where we are. I commend you for doing this. This will serve as encouragement for other communities. These are good people who will be renting from you. These are good people who are looking for a decent place to raise their children. This is a great community where their children will get what they need to thrive. Lastly, I can't help but comment on this yard sign that was sent to me today. I don't know, frankly, what it means. Don't let them turn Upper Gwynedd into Philly. It's like a dog whistle to me. And somebody specifically said, they'll be like Cheltenham. And I don't know who said that. I live in Cheltenham. You grew up in Cheltenham. I'm proud of my community. We're a diverse community. People work hard. And, it's unfortunate that people are misguided and are able to throw out things that they think are making points. I commend you and I thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Next up is Dominic Vistoria.
Hi, my name is Dominic Vistoria, ex-resident. Thank you for letting me speak tonight. I agree with keeping this area green, but I also agree with Maslow's hierarchy of needs, and I think that takes precedence here. Thank you and for giving me that great presentation on what this place is going to actually look like. I would have loved to live there making $10,000 a year while doing full-time student. I also would have liked to live there making only $25,000 to $35,000 a year right out of college and having to pay my loans back on top of that. And when I get old, I'd love to live there too, because it looks like it would be a great community. The only thing that's missing is a community garden. So that'd be cool if you put that in the plans, just saying. I moved to the area partially because of the public transit. When I first moved here, I moved to Lansdale. I was right next to the Madison Station apartments that went up. They weren't up then. I watched them be built and I watched everyone moved in, and it was awesome. It was great for the community, seeing so many new faces and dogs. I think that would probably be similar here. And then I moved to Upper Gwinnett, and I was near the North Wales train station. And then it started getting unaffordable there when it was a 16% increase on my rent. So I said, I think it's time to buy a house, not in Upper Gwinnett. So I moved out to Upper Gwinnett. You lost me because of this kind of stuff. So you might want to give affordable housing to people. I also take SEPTA regularly for everyone that's scared of it. And Pembroke is my station. So these people would be my neighbors that I would see at that train station. I've never been stabbed and never been shot. Grew up in Philly, loved it. Took SEPTA to school, actually. When I went to high school, I took it to high school and home. Never got in a fight even with my fellow classmates. The only thing I'd be really worried about is if this is a commercial facility, I would probably be more in danger because of all the truck traffic that would be in and out of there. And I don't want to get hit by a truck. I think that's more logical than being stabbed or something like that on a SEPTA train. I don't know. Mostly it smells like weed on SEPTA. I don't know if that's like the only offensive thing on there. Lastly, I'd like to say that it breaks my heart how people treat homelessness. I'd just like to remind my fellow Christians, Jesus said, the Son of Man has nowhere to lay his head. Jesus was homeless the majority of his life. So just think about your Christianity and think about, bring more people to this great community. I would love to have more neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you, Dominic. Before we go on to the next person, I would just like to remind everyone that we definitely need to be civil, and we definitely need to let the person who is speaking completely have the floor. Everyone's allowed to speak, so everyone will have their turn. Thank you. Next up, we have Pat Pino.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to repeat one thing. Our government is running unconstitutionally. We've been doing it for well over 100 years. If they were following the Constitution, the oath that they took to uphold, we would have more money. They created the problems that we have today. And with that being said, this is an illegal action that this board is considering. Spot zoning is illegal and unconstitutional. This board has been served notice. A recent revelation brings greater concern to just how decisions are currently being made in Upper Gwynedd Township. There's an old saying in politics, when you are trying to figure out something that doesn't make sense, follow the money. There has yet to be a single answer to the question, who in Upper Gwynedd does this zoning benefit change? In the case why the Board of Commissioners would amend the township's zoning code to permit the construction of federal and state subsidized housing. It is interesting to discover that an employee of the project developer Walters Group, Ms. Kim Crowder, has been appointed to the Montgomery County Housing Task Force. As a member of the task force, we question the appropriateness of Montgomery County's award of multiple federal and state grants totaling more than $1.5 million to the Walters Group. These funds are the subsidies that will make this project feasible, a project in which Ms. Crowder herself once described as the redistribution of poverty at the township meeting held earlier this year. The fact highlights what Upper Gwynedd Republicans have been suggesting for months. Our Upper Gwynedd zoning code has, for the first time in the township history, fallen to the will of the Montgomery County Commissioners and Montgomery County Democratic machine. The national agenda to transform the suburbs into urbanized replicas of Norristown, Pottstown, and even Philadelphia is coming to Upper Gwynedd. We ask, is this what these 5 commissioners were elected to do? Were they elected to abdicate their authority to control the township zoning code to outsiders and outside influences? We think not. We favor the simple principle that local government should be driven by the motivation of simply doing the right thing for the residents and taxpayers of the township. Leave national political agendas and outside influences out of the decision-making in our township. This may sound contradictory, but I'd just like to mention, through my 20s and 30s, and I was a single parent my whole life, no child support, no help from anybody. I couldn't afford to live by myself, and it was very frustrating. So I had roommates through my 20s and 30s because that's the only way I can make ends meet. My daughter actually slept in the same bedroom as me while I rented out the second bedroom. And then I eventually was able to work myself out of it. But all this time, I never got help from anybody. I'm proud of that. I don't profess to have the answers to everything. I really don't. I just believe charity should be with the churches and, voluntary, not forced out of my income. I don't know. I'm retired.
Thank you,
I don't know
Pat.
what the future's
That was
gonna
5
be.
minutes. Thank you, Pat. Next up is Brooks Hall.
Hello, everybody. My name is Brooks Hall. I'm a resident in the Westward area. So I really don't, I appreciate everything everybody said. The presentation of what the place looks like looks nice. The pros and the cons for it all make good points. I honestly, everybody sees everything through their own eyes with their own biases or their own experiences. So what they find important is told in their stories, whether it be housing or environment or whatever. And I believe that mine is probably more, at this point, geared towards environment. I can't think of what else the world would have to do to let everyone know that we need to live in balance, with nature a little bit more or something. But this is a small little spot, and maybe that doesn't make that big of a difference. I don't know. I don't know if a environmental study was done, because I think that wouldn't make sense to do. But to ask those questions, what is the environmental impact? You just have to know. It's not all the points that people are making are legit points. Whether it's about people not being able to afford where they're staying, live in the places where they're working. It's important, all that stuff. So, just don't be afraid to ask questions. Don't be mean to other people. Everyone's trying their best, trying to work through it. So, yeah, I think what I would like to see, it already sounds like through all the people talking and everything, the amount of for versus against is pretty outnumbered for it, people up here. So possibly you could take this area, or some of the housing, and start, if you can't build out forever, at some point you have to build up. You have to start changing maybe some zoning or something. I don't know what else, but make it so we can fit more housings in the areas that are already developed, or fix up, renovate other houses and stuff, and make this housing possibly temporary housing for other projects that you might want to target in other areas to, make just, I don't know, make better, build up, however you want to say it. So, but try to use the options, I guess, that you're creating with this housing to free up, making other places better to live that are already built. Just don't keep building out, build up. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Brooks. Okay. Before we turn it over to virtual comments. Does anyone else in this room want to make a public comment who is not already? Please come up here. And if you would sign the form, would everybody sign the form? And then it'll just be easier, sorry. So it's 3 more people, right? Oh, sorry. There's none on Zoom. Okay. Yeah. While we're waiting, our manager is going to read a comment that we received via email.
As soon as I find it. Got it. Okay. So this public comment was received by the township via email. It's from Kathleen Malfi, and she is a non-resident. I currently live in Horsham in an apartment that my Social Security disability barely covers rent for. But I lived in Upper Gwynedd for 21 years, where I raised my children and worked at Upper Gwynedd 5 voting polls, where I was a Democratic committee person as well. I substituted in North Penn School District for years as well, and would love the opportunity myself to be able to move back if there was affordable housing, which I would qualify for. Aside from my own situation, I worked in poverty organizations as a volunteer in New Jersey, where my own parents were part of a group of faithful who began Fish Inc. Dunellen area, New Jersey, before moving to Upper Gwynedd with my then husband and 2 children. I'm so very disappointed that some of my previous neighbors in the Sugar Valley development, who I was friendly with, would actively oppose affordable housing for anyone in need. I doubt the churches and faith-based organizations they attend share their views, as it is so unchristian to turn away those in need of shelter. I am ashamed of them, frankly. That being said, I know some of them are in favor of this plan. I am also angry as I feel some of the opposition is based in blatant racism, and it disgusts me. They seem to forget that as people age, incomes are often lowered. Divorce, single parents, guardians, grandparents all raise children as well. I also know a couple UG commissioners as I worked out in both NPSD school board campaigns and other offices. I wish you will and hope for acceptance and success.
Thank you, Sandra, and thank you, Kathleen. All right, we have 4 more people. Next up is Linda Gallo.
Thank you. Thank you for hearing me out. My name is Linda Gallo. I live in Upper Gwynedd Township. I originally came to Montgomery County in 1987. I had 3 children and then divorced, had to move back to Philadelphia. I come from Philadelphia, lived there all my life. Some of my family are still there. Unfortunately, my sister cannot sell her house because of all the violence on her street and how bad things are. Taxes are high, car insurance is high, and her husband both work, but they have a difficult time. I moved back with my children, and it was very difficult. I was a single mom, working 2 jobs, raising 3 kids, but I needed my mother to help me with my children because I could not afford daycare. My husband lived in Montgomery County, then he decided to move to the Caribbean. Montgomery County never tried to find him. It was, I believe, 8 years before he finally surfaced. At that point, I got no help from anyone. Like I said, I worked 2 jobs. Moved back to Montgomery County because I got remarried. We moved to Upper Gwynedd in 2007. I love this area. I don't want this area to change. I moved out of the city because I didn't want the violence. My children were picked on, they were bullied. Someone tried to attack me, tried to attack my mother. It was ridiculous. I don't want that here. If you could say that you are going to build this for vets, I'd say, great, that's wonderful, because they give up their lives for us. But you're not. And if it's near transit, we're going to have all the cities coming in, and then we will not be safe. Believe me, in 10 years, you're going to look back and you're going to say, oh my God, look what we've done. And you're going to feel so terrible about it, but you can't retract it at that point. You can't take it back. It's done. Hear us. We are imploring you to please do not do this. Leave our children, our families, our neighborhoods safe the way they are. This is important to us. We have to live in a safe community. People look up to us. No one helped me. I did it all on my own. My husband is a disabled vet, and I'm working. I work 60 hours a week, but I do it because I want to live in a better place. Everybody can live in a better place. You know those people that were living in the tents? Someone went up to them and asked them if he wanted a job. He was going to get them a job. You know what the comment was? I don't want a job unless they're going to pay me $28 an hour. Who starts at that? I manage a medical practice. People come into me and they don't even want to work. They will make an appointment with me and not show up. They will come to work and quit after 3 days. People nowadays don't want to work. It's just the way it is. That's why they can't afford anything. It's because the economy is terrible since COVID. It's not the same as it was. I'm not going to keep going on about that. What I'm going to say is I need you to think about our streets, our schools, overpopulation. Gwynedd Square is where those children would go. And Gwynedd Square is already overpopulated. That's where my children went. Do you really want them? Do you want the schools overpopulated? Because then again, we're like Philadelphia. We're 30 and 40 kids in a class. We don't want that. Our kids can't get the proper education. What about the decrease in the value of our homes? Our homes are skyrocketed, yes, just like the interest rates. By the way, I'm a Democrat. I know I don't sound like one, but I am, because I've opened my eyes to things that I've never seen before. I've seen some things this week. I've never been to one of these meetings, and I don't know if I'll come back because I am so stressed out over everything that is happening that I feel like fleeing. I don't even feel like being here anymore. I feel like going to a Republican area because the way they're thinking is, yes, we do want to give. I have nothing. I give constantly every day. I pick up street people and drive them places when I see on my way to work. I have no problem with that, and I will give people money. But my thing is, let's teach them to work. They have to be able to take care of themselves. If this was your children, would you say, I'm going to give you everything? No, you'd say you have to learn how to work, because when I die, who's going to take care of you?
Linda, thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Kofi Asi.
My name is Kofi Osei. I'm a Talmenson resident, which means I'm in the North Penn School District. And school's about to start, so thousands of unruly teenagers will be driven through Talmenson roads, and worse yet, they don't pay any taxes and causing all that damage, and this proposal will make it worse. It's a joke, and I hope some people appreciate it. I'm in support of this proposal. This issue is very frustrating to me. When you go to Philadelphia zoning hearing meetings, they say, don't build more in Philadelphia. We're going to ruin the character of our neighborhood and our old city. And then you come out here into the suburbs, they say in Norristown, oh, the homeless population here, they're coming from Upper Gwynedd and Lansdale. They're not coming from Norristown. And then you're here in Upper Gwynedd, they're saying, we're going to bring people from Philadelphia. This circle, where are these people coming from? There aren't walls between our communities. I ride my bike to Lansdale, take SEPTA to the city where I work. My previous job, I worked in Bluebell, a well-to-do township, and my coworkers came on the bus from Philly. That was a retirement home job, and I'll tell you, the people that are about to retire, you do not want the people taking care of you to not be able to get to work. And some of these winters, I had coworkers call out, you want them to live near you. Me tell the story of my father. When he finished his undergraduate degree in Ghana, he moved to Nigeria, a totally different country with different culture, to teach. And when he saved enough money, he moved to Kansas to pursue his PhD. And when he got a job in this area, he moved to Doylestown. And finally, he moved our family to Talmenton, where he bought his house and raised his children, me and my brother, into fine young men. Before he got his house that we live in now, was a renter. He rented some apartments, he rented townhouses. This type of housing allows people like my father to settle into their careers. When we talk about these people that are going to be your neighbors, we have to recognize they might be having children that will play soccer with your children or grandchildren. They might be the ones buying your house in a decade. These aren't aliens. So I really hope we can have a little more empathy for this type of housing. And I want to thank the commissioners for their courage. This is a hard process to go through. And I do think it's a failure of our state and federal government that we have to have these hearings to build some housing for folks. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Kofi. Next up is Patricia Ruffner. Patricia Ruffner.
Good evening. I guess this is where I stand. I've been in the back all night, haven't had a chance to see anybody up here, but I heard a lot. I am a resident of Upper Gwynedd, and I heard a lot of people talking that aren't residents of Upper Gwynedd, and they have some very firm views on what Upper Gwynedd should do. They're not residents of Upper Gwynedd. I've heard some other people say that they were from Upper Gwynedd. I don't know whether they're homeowners, taxpayers, property taxpayers, have a vested interest in what goes on, but I do, and I know there's some of you here that do also. There's a lot of people here that were here earlier that could not stay, that left. There's pretty much an empty room out there now. As you've seen before, it was standing room only. They just couldn't wait out all of this that was going on in here tonight. I was pretty appalled by everything that I saw here tonight, and I'm very disappointed in our local government. I don't know whether there's anything else that needs to be said or can be said. It's probably better that I don't say anything else, but take into consideration all of you Upper Gwynedd Township residents of everything that you've seen here tonight. Good night.
Thank you, Patricia. Next up is Stephen Sagristano.
Hi, I'm Stephen Sagristano. I'm a resident of Upper Gwynedd Township. I'm a small business owner. I rented my house for 7 years on the corner of Hancock and Ivy, and I bought my house from my landlord after living in it for 7 years. I've almost lost my house on more than one occasion due to financial ups and downs that me and my wife have had over the years. We put this business together that we have now 8 years ago, and it has been very successful for us that we finally live comfortably where we actually are. And watching the changes that are going on right now, I'm a little concerned about what they're doing. I'm not opposed to low-income housing. My grandson, who works for us, would probably benefit from something like that. But at the same time, I don't think that it's right for the township just to turn around and make a change to the zoning ordinances without consulting the people of the township who they represent. And so why don't they put this as a ballot question and find out? I personally am not necessarily opposed to this particular project, but I'm opposed to having the door open to have many of these projects just dropped on us because they changed the zoning. And so my concern is that this should be something that is taken up with all the residents of the township. Put it as a ballot question for those of us who do vote. I do vote. I show up at all the elections, and I'm there from the beginning until the end of most of them as well, because I stand outside and I help out. Thank you.
Thank you, Stefan. Okay, so last call for questions. Excuse me. Last call for comments. No more comments. Yes, one more comment. The last comment of the evening. Well, not the evening. We have plenty of other agenda items that will allow comments. I'm talking about for this specific zoning hearing. This is the last comment we are going to take before we answer the questions and then close the hearing and then vote on this. Thank you.
My name is Julianne Ramich, and I'm a Lansdale Borough resident, and I'm here tonight because I'm the face of someone who's benefited from workforce housing. So over 20 years ago, I was single and living large in Washington, D.C., and I had just secured my first job post-grad school, where I was working for a national nonprofit organization. My boss came to me and she said, look, we're hearing about this program called the Individual Development Accounts. We want you to go and research it. We'd like to see if we can explore expanding it in our portfolio and see if we can offer it to the clients that we serve. I found a program that just happened to be halfway between home and work, and I set off on foot and I walked there, made an appointment, sat down with the program director. I was there to learn, I was there to explore, and I was there to offer it to my clients. And as they presented the program to me, I learned that I qualified. My nonprofit salary qualified and made me eligible for this program. So I signed up. So for every dollar I saved for homeownership, I was matched with $5. Some of that was federal dollars, some of that was private dollars, but it ended up that I was able to then have a down payment to be able to purchase a home. And part of that earning of that $5 match, I had to sit through classes. I took financial literacy, I took homeownership classes, and I learned about other first-time homebuyer programs. I was able to buy my own apartment, my own 500 square foot apartment in Washington, D.C. Then when I was getting married, and my husband and I were so fortunate to be able to secure job interviews on the same day. He interviewed in the morning, I interviewed in the evening, in the afternoon, and we had job offers in the evening and by the same day. It'll never work out that way again. And we moved to this area. When we began looking at housing, there was no way that on my nonprofit salary, with my student loan debt, my husband just out of medical school with medical school debt and residency salary, there was no way that we were going to be able to buy a home, except for the asset that I had purchased through my program. I was able to sell my apartment and be able to then leverage that income to then be able to purchase our home. We've now lived here for over 20 years. We are contributing members of our community. We love North Penn. We love this area, and we're here to stay. And I'm in full support of this program because it gives people a chance. There's nothing that I did that anyone should be afraid of. There was no handout. It was genuinely a way of helping to help community members build assets. And that's what we can do with this project. We can help our neighbors to build assets, to build security, and to find home. Thank you.
Thank you, Julianne. Okay, so we're going to close the public comment section of this. Sandra, did you have some questions for the Walters Group written down?
Yes, I do. Okay. The first question for the Walters Group: do the people qualifying to live in this neighborhood have to have jobs or income?
Yes. I mean, they have to have an income to be able to afford the rent. And so they have to be able to pay their rent.
Do they need to be U.S. citizens?
The reason I hesitated when I was asked that question the first time was because I wasn't sure about the green cards. So through this program, you would need to have a green card or be a citizen. And a green card means that you have, there's no ambiguity, and you have to comply with all the conditions in order to be able to be here legally.
Okay. Can you clarify the TOD2? The commenter mentions that it says that one section, it says a half a mile from a commuter rail station. Does this affect properties near North Wales train station? I think, Joe, this one is for you.
Sure. No, it does not. The ordinance is specifically written so that it applies to properties within 1/2 mile of Pembroke Station.
Was there any environmental impact study done for this project?
So there was an initial, very preliminary search on Pennsylvania natural diversity inventory to see if it's PINDY to us, to see if there were any hits there. There were no initial hits. As part of the financing for this project, and as we move forward with land development, if this board is so inclined to adopt the ordinance we have proposed, then we will have to do a more detailed environmental assessment.
Will there be an on-site manager?
Yes, so there'll be a full-time manager, property manager at the community.
What happens when people living in this community lose their jobs?
So if they lost their job and they have no income, they would not be able to stay there. If they're not able to pay their rent, they would not be able to stay there long-term.
Okay, I'm adding to that question because I need to know. How will you know that they lost their job? How will you verify that income? How frequently do you do so?
So we do self-certifications annually where residents let us know. Plus, we have, aside from the property manager, we also have another position that we employ, which is a service coordinator. And the service coordinators provide additional services for the residents and make sure that they have access to all the resources that are available in the community. And so typically the service coordinators and the property managers get to know the residents pretty well. It's not that many residents, and they get to know each other pretty well. And through them, they would do everything they could to try to support the resident and try to help them either find employment. We have lots of resources with nonprofit partners that we have to try to help folks through issues like that. They would have to pay the rent. So if they were unable to work and they had no income, they wouldn't be able to stay there. But we would do everything we could to try to help them be successful.
Okay, and the last question was, who in Upper Gwynedd does this zoning change benefit?
I'm sorry, excuse me. Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
Sure. Who in Upper Gwynedd does this zoning change benefit?
The zoning change would benefit the community as a whole by providing workforce housing. This isn't a new issue, of course. Having availability of affordable housing stock to working people is something that our country has been struggling with for the last 100 years. So for that reason, the entire community benefits, and in particular, members of the community that are working in places like perhaps Elm Terrace Gardens in Lansdale, or perhaps at some of the facilities in Merck. Those folks would qualify based on their income and would directly benefit from this type of housing.
Okay, those are all of the questions that I wrote down from the public comment.
If I can,
I did ask that. Yeah, there will be a full-time on-premise site manager, yes.
and if I can just add, there was a question about whether or not this should be submitted to a referendum. Under the first class township code, only certain limited things are permitted to be submitted for referendum. This is not one of them. Zoning questions are not permitted to be submitted to a referendum under any circumstances, but the first class township code is very limited.
Okay, any board members have any other questions for the Walters Group?
I do.
Oh, Liz, we have a terrible echo, but try again.
Can you hear me all right?
You're good now, yeah.
Hello?
Hello? Go ahead, Liz.
I can't hear you guys.
We can hear you, Liz.
My question is, Lauren, you said if you could just clarify, when you said the referendum can't be on the ballot, can you just say, can you just clarify what you mean by that? I mean, because I'm not sure everybody gets that.
Certainly. So the first class township code is the code that governs this township's form of government. It does allow for certain things to go on a referendum, things like a change to the name of the township, certain tax increases, increase in township debt. But it does not permit ordinances of any kind, but in particular zoning, to go on a referendum in a ballot. That the decision on that is exclusively within the elected officials.
Megan, ask Liz if she has any other questions.
Liz, do you have any other questions?
I'm here.
Yeah, there is a
I
little
can hear-
delay
Megan,
for her
I can
muting
hear
and
you now. I
unmuting.
couldn't hear what Lauren was saying. This isn't cool that I'm not able to hear, but I did hear everybody else's comments. And I think everything, I think we can move on at this point.
Okay.
As far as questions that I have, I'm
Great. Thank you, Liz. Any other commissioners have a question? Not a comment, a question. Pardon me? Oh, Mr. Carter, the same question. The other two commissioners are fine. Go ahead, Martha. On the mic.
You'd like a question about the taxes that the Walters Group will be paying?
How much additional income we'll be getting once they.
It's hard to estimate how much tax revenue we're going to bring in because we don't know the assessed value yet of this property. So taxes are figured out by knowing the assessed value. So once the building is built, the county assessment office decides that. But I think I can direct this to the Walters Group and ask you if you can tell us what you pay in taxes in similarly sized properties in Montgomery County. That's the best I can do.
So similarly sized projects, communities like this in Montgomery County pay somewhere in the neighborhood of $60,000 to $70,000 a year, but it depends. It's going to completely depend on the assessment, but that would put you in the ballpark.
I did check what the property is currently bringing in tax revenues, and this includes the school district, the municipal taxes, the entire tax bill. They're bringing in $4,200 currently.
$4,200.
$4,200 is the current taxes. It's a vacant property, so it's got a low assessment. I mean, I can't verify the applicant's numbers, but that's what they're saying.
Any other questions? Okay.
With that, it would be appropriate to close the hearing at this time.
Okay, and before we go on to the vote, I wanted to open up to the commissioners to make a statement if they would like to before we take the vote. Commissioner Damsker, did you want to make a comment? Statement?
No, I just wanted to.
Please turn your mic on.
Mike.
I just wanted to clarify as far as the taxes. I know that they come from Montgomery County, that they're assessed. And but it would certainly benefit the township as far as financially, because anytime you add additional homes, that obviously their taxes, as the township manager said, are based on the value of what the property would sell for. So it would be there's no question that it would be a financial benefit to our community. And then I think we're going to finish this next. We're going to be finishing the rest
Right,
of
thank
the
you.
agenda.
Thank you, Commissioner
Okay.
Damsker. Commissioner Similero? Got it. Commissioner Carter, great. Commissioner McNaney? Can you ask her? I don't know if she can hear.
Liz, do you have any comments?
Yes, I do. It's really hard. What I have to do is I'm watching it on the screen and listening. You can, and I'm listening I'm watching it and listening on the screen, and I can hear, but I have to talk into my phone. But I've seen everything tonight. I've heard everybody. I've taken copious amount of notes here, and I just want to say that my vote tonight is based on a lot of factors. I have researched this. I have learned about tax credits. I've Googled crime associated with workforce housing. I've done intensive research on high density housing. I've learned about the AMI, the area medium incomes. I have reached out to other commissioners in first-class townships where developments similar to this are. I have read articles, studies, charts, including information from the Joint Center of Housing Studies of Harvard University and other flurry of emails or websites that just list all kinds of information. And when I'm able to attend the next meeting, I will share all this information with anybody that wants to see where, you know, I've been researching about all of this. But I think what's most important, and what my decision will be based on, is all the input that I have received from the residents, whether it's at these meetings like tonight, or, you know, the meetings the past 2 years that people have been talking about. I have met personally one-on-one with residents. I have met with residents, you know, run into them at the CVS and they ask me about it. I've read through minutes from our meetings. I've rewatched meetings. I've answered many emails. I've delved deeply into the information by the developer, and I've fact-checked a lot of the resources and the information that they have shared. So it's been extensive. I even researched salaries of people in Montgomery County, and I was shocked that some jobs that we rely on, just the amount of money that they make is a crime. I've heard tonight that crime will increase, that traffic it will increase. I've heard and I've listened, and I know a lot of us did struggle to get here where we are. I've lived here 30 years, and it's not always been easy. So my vote tonight will be based on the facts and only the facts from all of the resources that I've said. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner McNaney. I do have a statement that I would like to share that I'm going to read right now. My son is a rising senior at North Penn High School, and he's currently struggling to write the perfect college essay to get into all the schools of his dreams. One of his favorite ways to engage his readers to start his essays is by defining a word. Example, Webster's Dictionary defines grit as, and then he goes on to explaining what grit means to him. And while I discourage him from doing that because it's no longer the cleverest and freshest way to begin a paper, I'm going to not follow my own advice and define a non-exciting word to introduce my thoughts this evening. Listening. Merriam-Webster defines listening as to pay attention to sound, to hear something with thoughtful attention, and to give consideration. As an elected official, we are required to listen on the daily to our constituents, our staff, our consultants, our contractors, our fellow commissioners, our society, our county, our state, and our world. And as a board, we work at listening the most effectively and non-judgmentally so that we will be open-minded and truly consider all the possibilities before we make a decision. Therefore, when we were posed with this zoning decision, we began where we always begin, with listening. We listened to the developers and all the components of their plan as it has continued to evolve without getting into the details that are required to be reserved for land development. We listened to our staff and consultants who shared their expertise on a zoning change such as this. We listened to the County Planning Commission's evaluation, as well as our own Planning Commission's decision. We listened to the former township commissioners, who I often refer to as the founding fathers of Upper Gwynedd, because they served as commissioners for so long and are responsible for most of the development in our township. We remembered that they first introduced the TOD zoning to our township and were very proud of the results. While they never mentioned the Superfund site that the first TOD was built upon, they were open to the possibility of extending it across the street to these two parcels. And of course, we listened to our constituents and then some, residents who live in the township and even those who live outside the township who are concerned with higher density housing, an increase in traffic, an increase in crime, a lowering of property values in our township, an increased burden on our schools and resources, and a fear that these would be Section 8 housing that would raise our taxes. We then listened to the responses from the developers and staff. We learned that if the zoning change were to pass and this development was to be approved, that the density of these homes would be no denser than the housing development across the street in the first TOD of Upper Gwynedd Township, and that the density would not be increased with this development. We learned from the traffic study that there wouldn't be a significant increase in traffic, that if these parcels were developed as a business in LI, there could be an increase in diesel trucks every day. And since it's by right, there would be no need to request approval. We learned from our chief of police, who reached out to the chiefs of police of 5 communities where similar developments exist, that these communities have experienced no issues and that the management company is engaged and the properties are well regulated, and that their experience with the Walters Group has been hands down the best and very positive. We learned from the Walters Group that there will be criminal background checks and credit checks on every person who applies to live there. We also learned that the Walters Group keeps a registry of any visit made by the police to their developments and then checks those logs regularly. Also, they meet regularly with the local police department to make sure their security cameras are directed properly and to check in and see how it's going. We learned that there have been numerous studies that homes saw an increase in value once tax credit homes came to their community. The last study done in 2022 said that over 10 years, there was a 0.9% increase in property value. Further analysis of 5 townships where similar tax credit housing was built show an increase in housing value from $80,000 to as much as $186,000. We learned that the impact on our schools would be 39 students from this development, which is 3 students per grade. We provide municipal services to every property in Upper Gwynedd Township. So whether it's vacant or occupied, there's still impact on our township. And 60 units isn't significant enough in number to make an impact on those township resources. We also learned that this isn't Section 8 housing, which is housing in which the rent is paid for via grant. Rather, this is workforce housing or tax credit housing, which uses tax credits from blue chip banks to build the development and then is able to offer rent control to allow the rent to be affordable and related to individual income. We learned that the price tag is determined by income, but not the quality of the apartments, as all the apartments would be modern and high-end. We also learned that these tax credits the banks were receiving were from the federal government, and therefore this development would not raise our local, school, or county taxes. In fact, the tax revenue for local, school, and county taxes will be going from just under $5,000 for these vacant parcels to somewhere in the $65,000 range. We won't know the exact appraisal of the property until the parcels are developed. Upon further listening to our community, both locally and nationally, we learned that we are in the middle of a housing crisis in which spending less than 30% of your income towards your housing is a rarity. Students fresh out of college have to move back home because they can't find affordable housing. Most of our volunteer fire company can't live in Upper Gwynedd because they can't afford it. Currently, we have 5 homeless people living just behind where this development would be built. Connor, our fire marshal, is working with them to help, but they keep coming back because there is just nowhere for them to go. This development is not going to fix the housing crisis. In fact, the zoning might not be approved tonight, or if it is, the land development may not be approved. But at the least, it is our job as your elected officials to listen to all perspectives on any idea, decision, or proposal. And I've just tried to explain how we've done just that. Unfortunately, we've also listened to our community who are opposed to the zoning change ask us to make a moral decision about the people who would be living here, meaning that the people who would qualify for this development are not the people that they want in our township, that those people don't deserve to live in Upper Gwynedd because they haven't worked hard enough, because those people are going to change Upper Gwynedd as we know it. Hearing that, I'm appalled and embarrassed that anyone would think the quality of a person's character could be determined by their net worth and that there is a specific type of person who is allowed to live in our township. I was once asked what my vision for Upper Gwynedd was. At that moment, I didn't think it was appropriate to share, but I'd like to share it now. My vision for Upper Gwynedd Township is for it to be a township where all its residents, business owners, and visitors always feel safe and welcome. I would like to create a township where we recognize the benefit of diversity and different life experiences that make our lives richer and ultimately better. A township where there's a basic respect for every person who chooses to live, work, or play here. I would like to make a motion to approve Ordinance 2023-02 TOD2 text amendment. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. I would like to make a motion to approve, I have one more. I would like to make a motion to approve Ordinance 223-02 TOD2 text amendment. Do we have a second? We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. We will now take a brief recess, and if you'd like to leave, when we come back, we will finish the rest of the meeting. I cannot believe that I am reconvening this meeting at 10:39, but I am. I would like to reconvene the August 22nd business meeting for Upper Gwynedd Township, and I'm going to turn it right over to our financial director, Nathan Crittenden, to give a financial report.
Good morning, everyone. I'm sorry, good evening, everyone. Just, yeah, right. All right, so we're just going to briefly go over the status of the township's budget performance. Right now, revenues are exceeding expenditures by 1.5 million. Certainly. Revenues are exceeding budgets. Revenues are exceeding expenditures by 1.5 million. We've achieved 50% of our revenue goals, while the expenditures are hitting at 42%. So we're doing great right at this point. Township is being real active about that. One revenue line that we're keeping an eye on is our Act 511 taxes. But as has been told previously, housing market has had extremely high increases in price home values and rising interest rates, which leads to the lowering or lesser home sales. However, the national average right now is dropping 58%. This line has only saw a drop of 43%, which shows that Upper Gwynedd is still a very desirable place to be. With that being said, our earned income tax and local service tax is doing very well. So this leaves us no worry. Our interest earnings at this point, the township has met with its advisors as of Q4 last year and made some changes in our stances to our investment strategy, which has led to a 635% increase in our interest earnings. So in that place, we are doing very well, and we are going to continue to meet with our advisors and take suggested changes. Lastly, for the revenues, we want to talk about the culture and recreations. Our Parks and Recs department, Sarah previously, Getty, and that team is absolutely killing it. It has achieved 68% of its goal, exceeding budget expectations year to date by $32,000.
Nate, I'm so sorry to add to this conversation because I know everyone's in a rush, but in my entire career, which is now 17 years, I have never seen a Park and Rec department bring in the revenue that ours does. And I know residents mention wanting to be fiscally responsible. The fact that we have staff that continue to create programming that's interesting to our residents with a $32,000 increase in programs that cost like $100 is amazing. And I just want to take a moment to give credit to Sarah, Lexi, and Leah, who have done that programming. We have an intern who has enabled us to do so much more this year. And I just can't let that pass because check anywhere, you're not going to find a Park and Rec department that performs like ours.
They do a fantastic job.
They do an amazing job.
The creativity and the effort and it's just constantly like keeps growing and growing and growing, and they just keep saving us money somehow.
She is. I don't know where she finds the energy.
They all are. Thank you.
All right, just to highlight that, one of the major things that has really shown strong this year with our Parks and Rec department is the teen and specialty camps this summer. They saw a 200% revenue increase over all historical years. So they're absolutely killing it, and thank you to them. As far as expenditures, an area that we saw an increase this year is information technology. However, we were faced with a few things, as everybody knows. Pretty much every business at this point runs off your information technology infrastructure. We found that where our server was located, it actually could not be located, so we had to redo that. So that project was completed and done at this point, as well as multi-factor, as you've seen on the news, multiple municipalities and communities and even cities such as Baltimore were hacked. We want to make sure that we're secure and not falling victim to that. So we beefed up our security around here with multi-factor. With that being the case, all other revenue line items are within budget categories are within tolerance. We are still monitoring everything, but at this point, we are doing extremely well with the budget as our revenues, as I said, continue to exceed expenditures. Any questions?
Great.
Thank you
so much, Nate. Thank you. We appreciate that. Yes.
Did I miss the part where on the map ordinance, that's the board comment, then public comment again?
No, we did not, because we had extensive, typically we do. for all of our, whenever we pass anything, any of our agenda items. We did not this time because we had such extensive public comments, because we created so much opportunity. It was this, yes, but it was related. But we were super thorough. I kept extending it. I don't know if you remember, I got another 4 people. Oh, okay. If you want to ask before you leave, I'm sure we can get an answer for you.
And
Okay,
it
great.
was announced prior to the public comment, and prior to the hearings, that they were going to be consolidated and everything was going to be done at once.
Yeah,
Understood.
right. We did it differently this time. It was different. It wasn't the traditional way we do it. We tried to allow for that. Sorry if you missed that. Yeah, sorry if you missed that, Glenn. Okay,
There
great.
was an announcement made.
If you could, before you leave, definitely drop that question with Sandra, okay? Thank you so much. Okay, moving on
Denise, we
to,
can't hear
what?
when they don't come to the mic.
Oh, okay,
Can't
right,
hear.
right, okay. It was just a resident was curious about the way we ran the vote, because we didn't do, typically will be like any board comments, any public comments, and how we changed that up for those two. I tried to I thought I made it clear multiple times that these was the absolute last comment, that we were taking them all because this was a different scenario, but apparently I wasn't clear enough, so I apologize about that. Okay, so moving on, already at the podium, to our Planning and Zoning Officer, Yvan Rieger.
Good evening, everyone. We start with Pembroke Parkway. We've heard plenty about that tonight. I have 2 thoughts on that for the public that can still hear me. One, there's still a conditional use application and a land development plan to come. So there's still a lot to do in the part of the applicant. And then thirdly, I wanted to make an announcement. I hope somebody can hear me, that the signs, the 5 dozen signs that were placed in township road rights-of-way improperly and illegally, and in opposition to best practice by Pennsylvania Department of Transportation. We remove all lawn signs and improper signs, illegal signs from the rights-of-way. We started today at Allentown Road and South Road because of I judged that there was a potential conflict to the motoring public. They're gone. Anyone who wants their signs are invited to take them tomorrow, because tomorrow afternoon at 1 p.m., we will commence with the retrieving and the removal of the balance of the signs that are in the township right away. I will keep those signs for 1 week for anyone who would like to claim them, and then this is a sign. Those signs, the language is permitted, but only on your property or with the consent of your neighbor. These kind of yard signs, lawn signs, public servant signs, political signs are never permitted in the public right-of-way.
Thank you for explaining that, Ben.
Sorry about that. Real quick, North Penn Auto, you've heard that before zoning continued to September 26th. We are optimistic that there's a settlement brewing. That will be adjudicated, we think, next month. Supplee Road is to be heard tomorrow. Variance for an accessory structure. I think we talked about this previously, but if we didn't, it's for propane tanks. We've observed a number of properties in Upper Gwynedd are converting from oil to, when it's available, gas, and when not, oftentimes propane. Propane is a popular second choice. This is a corner property that only has has 2 front yards and really no available other locations. So the variance is to locate the tank in the front yard. Questions about that one? Okay. Report on 217 Church Road, that was approved. That's Jumpin' Joy, which was sort of an instructional gymnastics use that was approved last month. They're underway toward their use and occupancy permit. 645, a subdivision, which is, I say, tentatively approved. We're waiting for them to complete their requirement for a parking pad. That was a condition of the zoning hearing board. When they do that, then I'll ask Megan to make it available for final action before the board, probably next month. The next 3 are applications which will be heard at the Planning Commission September 13th. Wawa Land Development Plan, 825 Morris Road, proposed 4-lot subdivision. 212 Church Road, that's a detached storage building. They're in the preliminary review phase. In perhaps 3 to 5 months, there'll be action items for the board. I'm done. Do you have questions?
Thank you, Van. Next up, we have Isaac Kessler, our engineer.
Thank you, President Hull. Our engineering report is included with the packet with the ongoing grading plans and land development projects in the township. The item we wanted to just highlight for this month's meeting is the road program for this year has been completed. The paving is now complete, as well as the striping. One thing of note, and a few residents had inquired about the striping on Broad Street between Summitown and Garfield. The through lanes in some areas, they were wide before. They are still a little wider, and that is intentional with the purpose of coordinating with establishing a bicycle connection through that area, and hopefully the next year's program to have that striped in to provide that between Morris and areas they are looking to connect into Lansdale. For now, it's a little bit of a wider lane, but as we go into next year, we'll look to establish that connectivity for cyclists.
Great. Thank you, Isaac. Any questions for Isaac? Okay. Moving right along to our staff department reports. Is there a motion to approve the monthly staff department reports? We have a motion. Do we have a second? We have a motion and a second. Do we have any board comments? Do we have any public comments? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
Motion, thank you, Liz. Motion passes unanimously. Next is our public meeting minutes from July. Do we have a motion to approve the public meeting minutes of July 18th, 2023? We have a motion. Do we have a second? A motion and a second. Do we have any board comments? Do we have any public comments? All in favor say aye.
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 All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Next up is our 457 retirement plan, and Sandra, our township manager, has been working on this for a while, so I'm going to turn it over to her to explain.
Oh, okay. Well, my computer's not connected to the internet, but I'm going to use my good old noggin at 5:11 p.m. The 457 plan loan is a process that we would like to put in place to allow for our employees to borrow from their own retirement savings. So the 457 gets no match from the township. It's money that the employees invest independently, similar to a 401k if you work in the private sector. And this will allow hardship loans. So if you're going to purchase a house, if you're going to renovate your primary residence, if you have a child going to school and medical issues, you can then take a loan from your own retirement, which we will pay back through your payroll deductions. So it's just a way to offer our residents, many of whom, our employees, not residents. I knew I would mess it up because it's almost 11, to help them during those times. And that is what it will enable. There's very little risk for the township with this. If an employee leaves before they pay back their own investments, they just have to file taxes to show that income that they removed before they used it for retirement. So it's a positive thing for our employees. We're always looking for ways to keep the morale up and keep our employees happy to be working here.
Excellent. Do we have a motion to approve Resolution 19-2023 457 plan loans? We have a motion and a second. Do we have any board comments? Do we have any public comments? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. I will now turn it over to Commissioner Carter.
Good evening. I'd like to read a letter to Chief Duffy congratulating him on his accreditation. Dear Chief Duffy, congratulations. On January 26, 2023, the Pennsylvania Law Enforcement Accreditation Commission unanimously voted to reaccredit the Upper Gwynedd Township Police Department. Your work in this program demonstrates the type of leadership that we strive for in law enforcement in Pennsylvania. After the vote to reaccredit your agency, it was also determined that you remain eligible to maintain your premier agency status in the Pennsylvania Law Enforcement Accreditation Program. Thank you for being a part of this professional program offered to Pennsylvania law enforcement agencies. You have the right to be very proud of your agency. Only a small percentage of law enforcement agencies in Pennsylvania are able to say that they have completed this rigorous program, and even fewer have achieved premier agency status. We at the Pennsylvania Chiefs of Police Association look forward to continuing to work with you in the years to come with this and other programs that will assist in the further professionalism of Pennsylvania law enforcement. Sincerely, James Adam, Accreditation Program Coordinator. Congratulations, Chief Duffy and the Upper Gwynedd Township Police Department.
Congratulations, Chief, and thank you, Commissioner Carter. I will now turn it over to Commissioner Damsker. Are you on do you have your mic on, Ruth? Is your mic on?
Since from 25 to 27, can I put them all together?
No,
have to do them
no,
individually.
we need to do them individually. That's why
Oh,
they're written that
okay.
way.
All right, so on agenda 20, item 24, I'm making a motion to authorize the advertisement of ordinance 2023-01, spa and massage parlor. That's the way to end the evening, right? Then 25, the item, do I
We'll
have to
just
do
take
them
one at a time,
individually?
Ruth.
Do I
So
have to do them individually?
Yeah, just
yes.
stop after the first one, yeah.
Oh, okay. All right, and on the 25th item of this agenda, I'm going to like to make a motion to ratify the Merck waiver.
Ruth?
Yes?
We haven't passed it yet. We haven't passed the 24th
Oh, we have to
one.
pass. Oh, okay. So we
spa
do
and the
have to
massage
pass
one.
each one.
Yes, okay.
Okay.
Lauren, did you want to say anything about that? Because you just wrote that.
Certainly. So this ordinance would address certain establishments within the township and certain individuals within the township. It addresses alternative massage therapies and establishments. Massage establishments themselves are regulated by the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and the township does not have jurisdiction over them. But this would give the police department another tool, and the code department another tool to make sure that these establishments are being run safely and that there are no issues there. We have seen model ordinances come in from the county, and these have proven effective in other jurisdictions. So this is in a form that is ready for authorization to advertise this evening.
Thank you. Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second? We have a motion and a second. Do we have any board comments? Do we have any public comments? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Go ahead, Ruth.
All right. The agenda, number 25, make a motion to ratify the Merck waiver request for relief from Chapter 124-5 and 113-1 for extended work hours to complete concrete floor installations on WP 32 freezer facility from August 14th through September 30th, 2023.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? We have a motion and a second. Do we have any board comments? Do we have any public comments? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes unanimously.
All right, item 26 is a motion to approve the Merck waiver request. Request for relief from Chapter 124-5 and 113-1 for Sunday work hours to complete B53 roof replacement project from August 27th through December 11th, 2023.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? We have a motion and a second. Do we have any board comments? Do we have any public comments? All in favor, say aye.
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 Oh, I'm so sorry. Hold that. At the mic, please, Bill.
Can you
Mike?
push that? Sorry, Bill. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Point Village that there has been some increased noise coming out of Merck West Point. On certain days, Saturday mornings, I hear sounds in addition to normal Merck sounds. And I attribute them to construction because I don't hear it every day. I would assume if it was manufacturing sounds, I would hear it every day. However, is there any baseline we can get on the decibels coming out of West Point, just to establish what it is now in case all the things that they're creating there, it's one of those things where you wouldn't necessarily notice it until it becomes noticeable, and then you wouldn't know. So I'm just wondering, is there any ordinance on noise, and can we at least get a baseline so that we can say at any point, did it go up or did it go down? That's all I wanted to say on that. Thanks.
Thanks, Bill. We do have a decibel meter, I don't know what it's actually called, that the police utilize when we get complaints, and we can have them at any time do a study to see what the noise level is. And we do have an ordinance that dictates how loud any residential property or commercial property can be. So we will ask the police to do that. Thanks.
Thank you for sharing that with us. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes unanimously.
All right, and then item 27 is a motion to approve escrow release number 1 to the Pennington Property Group for the Moyer Boulevard Weaver Court development in the amount of $185,005. I don't know.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? We have a motion and a second. Do we have any board comments? Do we have any public comments? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Commissioner Damsker. Next up, I will read the Public Works and Park and Recreation. Item number 28. It's that time again, preparing just in case we have one of those old-fashioned winters where we actually get so much snow that we need extra help. Is there a motion to authorize the advertisement of the 2023/2024 snowplow equipment bid? There is a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Do we have any board comments? Do we have any? Do we have any public comments? Deanna, nope, not true. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Next up is a payment for our 2023 roads program, which is wrapping up, as Isaac just shared with us. Is there a motion to approve payment number 2 to James Morrissey for the 2023 roads program in the amount of $580,948.59? We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
A motion and a second. Do we have any board comments? Do we have any public comments? Deanna, will you do the roll call?
President Hall?
Aye.
Vice President Carter?
Aye.
Commissioner McNaney?
Aye.
Commissioner Similaro?
Aye.
Commissioner Damsker?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. The next item is a change order and the best kind of change orders for a project, the kind that reduces their cost. Is there a motion to approve change order number 2 for the Dickerson Road Drainage Project in the amount of a negative $25,859?
So moved.
We have a
Second.
motion and a second. Do we have any board comments? Do we have any public
Bless
comments?
you. Bless you.
All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Next up is the approval of the third and final payment for this project. Is there a motion to approve payment number 3, final, for the Dickerson Road Drainage Improvement Project in the amount of $53,692.80? Is there a motion?
So moved.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Do we have any board comments? Do we have any public comments? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes unanimously.
Just a
Wanna say
note, we
something?
lost Commissioner McNaney for a moment, and she is getting back on now. Megan's calling her.
Okay.
So Lauren, would she just not count for that vote?
Yep, she only counts if she can hear and be heard, so it would just be a 4-0 vote.
Okay, 4-0 for that last item, Deanna. Thank you.
Next up is an approval to amend the original amount we paid for the grant for the Sumneytown Pike pedestrian bridge that we're moving further down Sumneytown Pike near to the Gwynedd development. We figured out some additional engineering work we'll need for the project, and we want to apply for the full amount in the grant. Is there a motion to approve Resolution 20-2023 DCED MTF amended grant for the Sumneytown Pike pedestrian bridge project?
So moved.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Do we have any board comments? Do we have any public comments? All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. The next two items are related to that fun event that's just around the corner. Our annual carnival is here, almost. Is there a motion to approve the carnival parking agreement with Merck?
So moved.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
A motion and a second. Do we have any board comments? Do we have any public comments? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Is there a motion to approve the
That
carnival?
last motion
Oh,
was
sorry.
not unanimous because we lost Commissioner McNaney again, but
Sorry.
Megan's calling her back again.
Not unanimous, but approved.
Aye.
She's still on.
She
Aye.
said
She
aye.
just voted,
There
and
she is.
now it is
Just
unanimous.
said aye. Good
Thank you
job,
for that
Liz.
clarification. Moving on to the fireworks. Is there a motion to approve the carnival fireworks agreement with International Fireworks Manufacturing Company in the amount of $13,000?
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. Do we have any board comments? Do we have any public comments? All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed? Motion passes unanimously? Yes, it does. Okay. We have been waiting on this box truck to replace the oldest truck in the Public Works and Park and Rec fleet, which is 24 years old, but it won't be ready until late fall of this year or 2024. But we also need to order these two accessories now because they will also take a long time to receive. The cost of these accessories is $26,393. But we are not paying for it now, just ordering it now, so it will be figured into the budget of 2024. Is there a motion to approve the order for two accessory pieces for the previously ordered box truck for the Parks and Rec Department from Bergey's Ford?
So moved.
There is a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
A motion and a second. Do we have any board comments? Do we have any public comments? All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Commissioner Similaro, you don't have anything else to say tonight? Thank you.
I will have a PSA next month.
Okay. Oh, next month you will. Okay, great. All right, moving on to the invoices. Do we have a motion to approve the August 2023 open invoices?
So moved.
We have a
Second.
motion and a second. Do we have any board comments? Do we have any public comments? Deanna, will you do the roll call?
President Hall,
Aye.
Vice President Carter,
Aye.
Commissioner McNaney,
Aye.
Commissioner Similaro. Aye. Commissioner Damsker.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Do we have a motion to approve the August 2023 paid invoices?
So moved.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? We have a motion and a second. Do we have any board comments? Do we have any public comments? Deanna, will you do the roll call?
President Hall,
Aye.
Vice President Carter,
Aye.
Commissioner McNaney,
Aye.
Commissioner Similaro. Aye. Commissioner Damsker.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Does anyone else on the board have anything else to say this evening?
I'd just like to remind everyone to check out the fall newsletter. I mean, is it the newsletter or the letter from Parks and Rec that lists all the fall
Gazette?
activities?
Yeah, that's the editor, our actual paper newsletter, yes.
Yeah, all the fall activities, including the upcoming carnival, which begins on September 7th.
Excellent. Anybody else?
We'll be doing our scholarship fund again this year. We're selling ice
Turn
cream.
on your mic.
On your mic. Martha, can you repeat that all on your mic?
Sorry about that. And we'll be doing our scholarship fund again this year by all of the commissioners up here. We'll be selling ice cream for $5 a cup, and you get lots of ice cream toppings.
Anybody else?
Nope.
All right, then thank you all for joining us this evening. Meeting is adjourned.